Beim Globe23, dem Leipziger Wissenschaftsfestival von der Uni Leipzig, organisiert vom Research Center Global Dynamics. Ich bin Dayala Lang und freue mich, dass ihr alle hier seid. Das Motto unseres Festivals dieses Jahr ist Leben im Umbruch. Und ich finde, das Motto könnte nicht passender sein, weil wir leben in einer Zeit der Umbrüche. So nehmen es viele von uns wahr, wo sich unsere Welt, unsere Weltordnung, unser Zusammenleben verändern. Und ein großer Umbruch, ein großer Einschnitt war für viele auch die Covid-19-Pandemie. Und diese hat ja vor allem auch unsere Arbeitswelt verändert. Auf einmal haben super viele Menschen im Homeoffice gearbeitet und selbst Behörden waren offen dafür. Der virtuelle Austausch hat unser Miteinander verändert und nicht nur unsere private Kommunikation, sondern auch die von Botschaften von Diplomatinnen und Diplomaten. Der kürzlich erschienene Sammelband The Palgrave Handbook of Diplomatic Thought and Practice in the Digital Age thematisiert genau das. Hier beim Globe23 Book Talk erfahrt ihr, vor welche Herausforderungen die Digitalisierung die Diplomatie stellt. Ein wichtiger Hinweis, der Book Talk jetzt gleich ist auf Englisch. Yeah, I'm happy to have you all here. Please enjoy the presentation, the talk, and hopefully the discussion. I welcome on stage Dr. Gilad, Ben-Nun, and Professor Francis Onditi. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon. Welcome to this book presentation, to students, to friends, to colleagues, to people online. My name is Gilad Ben-Nun. I'm a senior researcher at recent Globe and a senior lecturer at the Global and European Studies Institute here in Leipzig. I have the privilege of being joined here with a very old friend with whom cooperation has been going on for now 8-10 years. You have a series of books which began with this one, Contemporary Africa and Foreseeable World Order, which came in hardcover in 2017. We started working on that 2013, 14, and then in softcover. Then Reimagining Security Communities, which we co-authored, and now the Palgrave Handbook on Diplomatic Thought and Practice. This is a collective, cumulative work on our ideas on diplomacy and, not least, on the special role and growing importance that Africa is taking on the global diplomatic scene. We have some thank yous that we should mention over here. First of all, thank you to Recent Globe and to Gezi for funding this, for helping us bring Francis here, and for supporting all of these, basically, over the last 8 years. There is a special partnership which is being built between Leipzig and Riara University in Kenya, but also between Leipzig and other African universities, Yaoundé, Dar es Salaam, Stellenbosch, and it's also the Institute of Peace and Security Studies at the Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia, which should be mentioned. In my case, a special thanks goes to the Fritz Thyssen Stiftung, who awarded me the Alfred Grosser chaired professorship at Sciences Po in Paris for 2 years, 21, 22, where much of the editing work on the book actually took place, and the Fritz Thyssen Stiftung was also helpful in indexing and all kinds of other extra costs which came along with it. Before I turn over to Francis, just a thought which has been sort of simmering in our minds as we were working on this book. This year we're 61 years to the Cuban Missile Crisis, which would probably have been the closest we ever came to nuclear war. In many eyes, and I would suppose in ours as well, the situation today in terms of crisis is actually worse. For people not entirely conversant with the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962, you can just go on YouTube and see the exchanges between Ambassador Zorin and Ambassador Adlai Stevenson at the Security Council. The point was that back in 1962, everybody from all parties assumed that the playing ground would be the Security Council of the United Nations. And therefore, nobody walked out. They had their exchanges, they had their disagreements, they had their fights, but those fights were happening in the chamber of the Security Council. Since the recent invasion of Ukraine, people, for example, like Lavrov, have left the Security Council more than once, and the Council has been broken. The loss of a diplomatic playing field could be potentially much more dangerous than having disagreements on that playing field. But if we lose the place where we can talk, which is currently what is happening, which has influenced our book as we go into informality, which Francis will explain, we see this as a great danger. And I would say that that has been something which has been simmering in our heads as we worked on it over the last 3 years. And I turn over the mic to my good friend Francis, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Gilad.
Speak on that mic.
I think we can use this.
That one? Okay.
Okay.
Speak closer to it.
I would say the journey that we have had with the Professor Gilad and the partnership, institutional partnership, you know, beyond the text or the knowledge that we have produced, I think it's paving ways for more and more development cooperation that, you know, students, researchers, and just adventurers from Europe who would want to spend their time in Africa. We believe we are making a bit of contribution to that sphere by paving ways for those kind of people. And so I look at it beyond this, but this is very important because then we've tried to document, as Gilad said it correctly, some of the events that have happened across the globe as far as diplomatic engagements are concerned. You know, some of the things that maybe I'll highlight, you know, as I get deeper into this, would be, for example, how diplomacy in Africa is played a bit differently from what you see in, you know, in other parts of the world. You know, the whole question of African heritage is something that is important but not fully exploited. Students of research, adventurers, and other scholars who would want to adventure in those kind of field, I think it's a great honor that this kind of collaboration is paving ways for them. I'll give a few examples because much of the information has been encapsulated in the books that we have written over the years. One of the areas that we wanted also to share that is growing tremendously, not just in African context, but also in international relations and diplomacy, is the informality of diplomacy. What do we mean by informality of diplomacy? Over and over the years, many countries in the world, if not all countries, have deployed what we call the formal diplomacy. You know, the Wikifatian diplomacy. All of you remember the Napoleon time when diplomacy was initiated, very official, kind of in Europe. What you could call some scholars call it, you know, Eurocentric diplomacy. But, you know, the practice and even the thought of diplomacy has shown us that there are certain salient spaces and salient artifacts and heritage in Africa that can also inform the global or international relations and diplomacy. Now, those are the things that we got interested in. Now, the question that we grappled with in the book, among many others, were that how do you formalize the informal? Because right now, or the current framework would look at those things like informality. But the question for researchers and scholars is, how do you formalize the informality? I'll give you an example. Kenya is a country in East Africa. It's a member of the East African Community, which is a regional body. You may be aware, something close to European Union. Some of our neighbors, we have about, now it's made up of about 7 members. It used to be 3, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. Now, there have been tension between Kenya and Tanzania for many years. Since the 1960s, when the 2 countries got independence, they have never been having free kind of interaction. Not that they've been fighting, but there is a bit of suspicion and tensions that build up all the time. And so in 2020, 2021, before the president of Tanzania died, the former president, his name was Magufuli, John Pombe Magufuli. Before he died, they made a very symbolic thing between himself and the Kenyan president. By then it was President Uhuru Kenyatta. And President Uhuru Kenyatta paid a visit, a state visit to Tanzania, the Republic of Tanzania. And there was a bit of surprise to the Kenyan president because President Magufuli decided to give him 7 peacocks. You know peacocks? The animals, these beautiful animals. They are not common, they are common almost everywhere in the world, especially in Asia. But they're also common in Africa. Very beautiful, you know, birds. And it turned out that Magufuli had very philosophical reasons behind that. And the thinking was he was getting back into the roots, you know, when in African tradition, when somebody would visit their relatives or their friends, they would be given something to go back home with to remember that kind of visit. And that is exactly what these 2 presidents were trying to accomplish. And we tried to do some study during the period 2020, 21, 23. It's not yet published, but we tried to engage the trade relations between Kenya and Tanzania before 2020 and after 2021. We realized that even though you may not have a direct link, but the trade relation between the 2 countries improved tremendously. The data never lies. Statistics never lies. The trade relations between the 2 countries before then, it was very, very bad. I mean, there's a time even they were destroying Kenyan commodities. But after the peacock exchange, things changed tremendously. And that speaks to what we are calling the African heritage. And there are many other examples that we've tried to highlight in the book. But the question for scholars really is how do you make sure that this gets into the global system, but at the same time, you formalize it so that it becomes part and parcel of practice in the diplomatic sphere. And so that example, I will leave it there, but we can exploit more and more. Another thing that brings out these books as very, very important, and by the way, each one of them builds into the other. It's not like they're disconnected, because we've had this privilege of interacting professionally with Gilad for a long time. One book leads to the other. You know, when you finish a project, probably thinking about what is the next project, what is the next research work that you want to undertake. And so you find it's a chain kind of thing that we have established. And so the world order feeds into what we call the system approach to peace and security, and then the system approach opened gaps for now the book that we have now, the Diplomatic Thought and Practice. And so it's a very continuous process, but one of the things that we have established along the way as we do these three projects is the increasing unique position of Africa in the global system. I mean, we have discussed about this. I mean, this is one of the areas that I research on and I work on, but one of the things that comes out that is not been worked on quite a lot is how do you, for example, bring out some of these salient practices that we may think are not formal or they are not useful in other contexts? Should we find a way of contextualizing them? For example, what I've just given, other possibilities can be contextualized in East Europe, for example, or maybe, or even the entire Europe or entire global system. And when you do that, for example, how does that implicate, Africa? As far as this is concerned. So the increasing importance of Africa is not just in terms of Africa as a geography or as a geographical space, but Africa as a sociological space, as an anthropological space, ethnographical space. And I think these books open space for research students to start grappling those kind of questions that might be very, very, very important. And that speaks a lot to the increasing or the changing nature of polarity. Most of you would know, now the world is no longer unipolar, isn't it? Before the Berlin Wall came down, the world was experiencing unipolar, isn't it? When Russia was Soviet Union was a Soviet Union. I'm talking carefully because I'm in East Europe. So I have to be careful in the selection of words I use and all that. But now after 1989, from 90 to where we are, everybody knows that we are in the era, we've been in the era of unipolar, probably one nation dominating the global system. But now people are thinking otherwise. I mean, the world is changing rapidly. We seem not just to rely on America, on everything, isn't it? We seem to be establishing different polars in different parts of the global system. The BRICS is coming up, and many other places would be more powerful, those that you wouldn't think during the time the U.S. was dominating, or the time when Soviet and U.S. was key. And so with that kind of multipolarity system, this book, the uniqueness of it is trying to bring in contemporarity, contemporary aspects of international relations. We talked about the COVID, and the person who wrote this chapter was very careful to ensure that we don't lose the globalization aspect of public health, because that came out very strongly during COVID. That inequality, was really something that we would not ignore. Right? There are some areas or some regions that were able to deal with the problem of COVID more faster than others, and the question is why? There are those that were able to access a vaccine, others took a long time, they lost a lot of life, and so COVID revealed a lot of inequalities and disparities, not just gender, but also social inequalities in our society, in our global society. and it challenged the whole question of international community. So the question of international community is really under scrutiny after people learned a lot of lessons from COVID. And so this chapter is well crafted to bring out the challenges, but also new questions in the global system. Just in case we have another pandemic in future, how do we handle it? Are we prepared to address inequalities? Are we prepared to even deal with the most vulnerable people in the society so that probably we give them priority? We are very grateful because at least the Nobel Prize platform this year went to somebody who spent a lot of time developing the COVID vaccine, something that I think the world is proud about. That was a very, very great solution. But also on the political aspect of it, we need some kind of breakthrough research from social scientists to discover how to erase or how to address and mitigate the challenges of inequalities, because the science of it, the natural science of it is okay. We have dealt with it. As soon as the Nobel Prize was awarded, I think all scientists are happy about it. But now the politics part of it is what there is work to be done, work in progress. We need some interesting research that this book could not accommodate everything. We need new questions moving forward into the future. We've got, a number of things happening in Africa, for example, and not just in Africa, maybe across the world. Occupation. You're seeing what is happening in Russia versus Ukraine. I said I'm gonna be very careful because I'm in East Europe, and I don't want to just use terms carelessly, but these terms are also, pertinent in Africa. Occupation. We may not call it occupation in Africa, but we have border disputes where certain regions are disputed. Recently, you just saw what happened, the case between Kenya and Somalia at The Hague, the International Court of Justice. I think the ruling was done and in favor of Somalia, and so Kenya lost, yet the agreement was made in 1979 between Kenya and Somalia, and the agreement was not made on the basis of, law or legal, platform, but it was made on African philosophy, what we call the solidarity. So the president of Kenya by that time was President Jomo Kenyatta before he died in 1978. Earlier on, there have been negotiations, right, from 1975. The negotiation between the Federal Republic of Somalia and Kenya to have the exclusive zone, what they are calling the economic exclusive zone, divided between the two countries. But later on, somebody made an argument, and that argument carried the day at the ICJ. And that tells us that sometimes when we are not careful, some of the African practices or thought, ideas, philosophies, models, theories may be overtaken by modern systems, because ICJ is considered to be a modern, is an idealist, a liberalist, idea or system, which in this particular case, it overtook the Africanness or the African model that would be, if it would be allowed to continue working, then Kenya would not have a problem with Somalia, because we'd say, all right, after all, our two leaders who we respect so much agreed in 1970, between 1975 to 1979, that that part of the Indian Ocean would be divided between the two countries. So I hope you are able to see how the global system practices can override some of the African practices. And that's why this book is important, because we try to make a case that we need a space. The African practices need space. We need those frameworks and ideologies integrated in the global system so that they can go a long way. And in that way, we shall be developing a democratic society, a society that we appreciate a plurality of ideas from different angles. And if we appreciate that, I think that would be very, very, very much important. But there is another angle to the new things happening in Africa as I finish. There is a rising, kinetics, what we call kinetic diplomacy. Instead of sending diplomats, conventional diplomats, to solve problems or negotiate, we are seeing many countries sending soldiers to fight. So diplomacy coming through the firearms. You can call it firearm diplomacy. You can all call it fight diplomacy. People have given it different names. But in this book, we try to do something on kinetic diplomacy, using the Somali-Kenya case, where there is what we call the gray area or gray zone. And so something that is also an idea for us to think about. There are these groups of, militia, we call them the Al-Shabaab, who are terrorizing societies. This kinetic diplomacy arose as a result of their havoc, because they become a global problem as much as it was a local Somali problem. And so it calls for a collectivism. All of us need to contribute in different ways in terms of thinking, but also in terms of interventions. The UN crisis is something that I think we need to ask questions, very hard questions. One of the things that I've had a conversation with the Gilad about is, in circumstances where African Union, for example, has a convening power to bring together peacekeeping personnel. And the UN has the resources and, of course, the platform to deploy and the mandate to deploy, because in the finality of things, it is the UN that provides the mandate to deploy. But the catch-21 here is that the UN doesn't have the mandate to push kind of parliaments to make a decision on how and who to deploy. It is the members of parliament in different countries who have that power. And so the AU has a leverage on member states. They can push the member state to release their soldiers to ground, to go and keep peace. If you don't have the AU, then the UN will be defeated, because the UN doesn't have the leverage to push members of parliament or other presidents to allow their leaders to do their job in terms of legislation and development of bills. So we thought it's a gray area. It's an area that we need to start looking into, so that the future peacekeeping intervention doesn't need to come and just graft themselves from nowhere. There must be some build-up from the African Union, and we've already explored ways that each one of these institutions would be able to contribute. In essence, we are talking about the convergence between realism and idealism, and so that is very, very important, and it's something that we need to continue to think about. Finally, we continue to see, a growth of state-based militia, coming out from outside Africa, but those that are created by African leaders. In Africa, we call them proxy war. Leaders, they create them and they can create havoc. And so it is something that we probably need to start thinking about what would be their role in stabilization of different regions, even Eastern Europe, and stabilization. Wagner is just an example that who knows if they would be allowed to continue doing their activities. Maybe they can destabilize, and they're not very far away from Eastern Europe, and somebody can decide to release them and pull them whenever they want. They are already all over in Africa. They are in Madagascar, they are in Mauritius, they are in Central Africa. Yes, the Wagner group. I don't know how you spell it here.
Wagner.
Yeah, Wagner. For us, we pronounce W as way, so we call them Wagner. Those kind of groupings, they may pose danger to future peace and security that the United Nations need to look into seriously. And probably this could be one of the post-UN crises, because the crises within the UN have always existed, but we need to start thinking about post-UN crisis and how do we mitigate. Because the issue of state-based militia group has been there, but the difference is that they are becoming more common, and they are being controlled by the ruling elites or the ruling class. And that puts even another question.
Francis, should we stop here, because we're running in time, and we still have 2-3 slides to do.
Yes.
And I would like to open for Q&A as well.
Yeah, great, yeah. So I would want to finish by just encouraging us to start breaking new grounds in some of these areas that we try to put in this book. Of course, we don't complete it. It's incomplete, obviously, but we can take it up from there, moving forward into developing other new avenues for publication, but also for research that is needed by policymakers moving into the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Francis. It's a rather hard thing to do, to take 600 pages out of, I think, about 1,500 pages over the last 10 years and try to encapsulate that in 20 minutes. What I would like to do now is basically share with you 3 examples, because the book has quite a lot of chapters, but 3 examples of what we mean by the crisis and also by the new trends of informality and where we go with diplomacy. If we could just go to the next slide, right? The first trend which we're looking at is the changing nature of military occupation. The concept goes back to the 19th century, but the most famous places where that concept happened was usually occupation where the occupier is far away. Classical case being, of course, the US in Germany in 1945, or the US in Japan in 1945 as well, or more recently the US in Iraq or the US in Afghanistan. With the end of the US occupation in Afghanistan, there are no longer anything of what we call classical remote occupations. All military occupations on the planet today are neighboring military occupations. The fundamental condition being that the occupier has laid a claim for the land he is occupying. And this is a cardinal difference to the previous manner in which occupation was thought of. When the United States, for example, occupies Germany in 1945, it does not have a claim to the land of Germany or the land of Japan, or the land of Iraq, for that matter, from 2000 and whenever they went into Iraq. What we are seeing, and especially if you look at the circle on the left, so that is to say, in this map you have in yellow, and it's also in the book, the occupations that have been started and concluded since 1945, which are in yellow, and in green those ones which have started and have not been concluded and are ongoing. And of the concluded, you see that Africa plays a huge disproportionate part in concluding military occupations. Right? We've had 6 cases, out of which 5 have been terminated. And only 1 case remains, which is the case of Western Sahara and Morocco, which is no longer an occupation because, in fact, both the EU and the US and many other countries have recognized Morocco's claim to Western Sahara. But if we see the green circle, we see a rise in neighboring military occupations, especially in Eastern Europe, the Caucasus, and the area of the Middle East. Ukraine being, of course, the classical case. Georgia since 2008. Turkey of northern Syria since 2016 is the most recent one. A major issue here is the fact of nation-states returning to become empires. If you notice the territories which Russia, for example, or Turkey, when they occupy, these are territories that they claim actually belong to them since the beginning of the 20th century of provinces which they have lost. Now this, of course, complicates the life, the civilian life of people under those occupations, also because these occupations morph, neighboring military occupations, morph into something we thought no longer exists in the international system, which is raw conquest. Conquest has been illegalized by the UN Charter, and what we see is that neighboring military occupation on a permanent basis that never ends effectively becomes conquest. And this is a serious problem which we're looking at, which the book mentions, but which current diplomacy has not yet defined. So in the diplomatic jargon, the legal jargon, there is no difference today between America's occupation of Iraq and Israel's occupation of the West Bank. They are tantamount in their legality, but they are not tantamount in their actual substantive case. In one case there is no claim, in the other case there is a claim, and once there is a claim, the occupier tends not to leave. The second, if we can go to the next slide. Yes. The second, these are 2 chapters in the book, but the second example I would like to take is actually the example on the right, which is the book by Pierre Azan, who published it after the chapter in our book already came out, and now his English book is coming out with Hurst, but the Palgrave Handbook is actually the first place where he frames the idea. Pierre Azan is the special advisor on strategy for the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue in Geneva, for people who know that important body. And this chapter really deals with the subcontracting of diplomacy to private entities, or what we call private diplomacy bodies. The Center for Humanitarian Dialogue is an NGO. It doesn't represent the state. And there are many others, Center for Transitions and all kinds of other bodies which today get subcontracted by states to run diplomacy for the stuff that states do not want to do. Example, if we do not recognize a certain terrorist group, or Boko Haram, or someone else, or Hamas probably for that matter, so on, at a certain stage, whether it is Nigeria, or whether it's Israel, or whether it's the US, or whether it's the EU, we will commission the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue to go and negotiate on our behalf. Why do we do it? Because we don't want to recognize that terrorist group or their claim, and we don't want to get into direct contact with them, so we give that to a private body, which gives us, that is to say, states, deniability. Right? It's not us, it's the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, and we can say if we agree or if we don't agree, and we build a distance. But that distance often doesn't help once you get to the point where you actually need to come to agreement with people you don't agree with. This is what we mean as a concrete example of the shift or the drift to non-formality. A private NGO which is registered in Geneva is not a formal state. It doesn't have ambassadors, it is not part of the Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations, and so on and so forth. They can do whatever they want, and there is a question also to whom they are accountable. Right? Third example is actually an example which is happening, which Leipzig is part of, which is the African Non-Military Conflict Intervention Practices. This is a big project run by Ulf Engel here in Leipzig together with Prof in Frankfurt and Duisburg, funded by the German Federal Ministry for Education. And again, non-military conflict intervention practices. That is to say, how do we meaningfully come to help a situation of conflict without going to the easiest go-to solution, which is what? United Nations Charter, Article 42, Chapter 7 of the Charter, deployment of peacekeepers, which, look at MONUSCO, Eastern Congo. We've been having peacekeepers over there for a very long time. By the way, for my students, the first peacekeeping operation of the UN was Jerusalem in 1948. They're still there. They haven't left, so it doesn't always work. The idea behind the non-military option is to bring in thinkers, panel of the wise, special representatives, people who have agency. So diplomacy does not become some sort of limbo which doesn't have a face. We flip this on its head. It has a deliberate face. And often that deliberate face is a solution. Unfortunately, last week, Marty Ahtisaari passed away at the age of 86. We would not have had a resolution in Namibia or in Kosovo without Marty Ahtisaari. Why? Because his face, he got the Nobel Peace Prize afterwards for it, his face represented something that people could trust. Kofi Annan, we've lost him as well. Mandela, panel of the wise. But this idea of diplomacy, which goes back to a diplomat, the first, I would say the first when we think about it, was 1991, Mohammed Sahnoun in Somalia as a special representative of Secretary General Boutros Ghali, who got to a ceasefire, who managed to sit on a floor in Somalia and get all the different warlords to agree to a ceasefire, only to be stabbed in the back later by the UN deploying American forces to Mogadishu, and everybody's seen Black Hawk Down. And Sahnoun eventually simply resigned. Why? Because the go-to solution of formality is military forces, peacekeeping on the ground. Formality often does not know what to do with this informal power of an individual who can be a very important negotiator. Right? This is where these projects and these ideas of non-formality and their potential for improvement should come in more and more. We see it coming in Africa. We know it from the United Nations, the Special Representative of the Secretary General, but they are often diplomats within a system. They don't have the clout that, for example, in Africa, the AU chooses people in the panel of the wise because they are old and because they are wise. And it just might make sense to replicate, to emulate that in other places. I'll stop here, and the floor is open for Q&A. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Oh, is that on? Yep. Thanks, both. Can either of you add something in the book title? It says "In the Digital Age," and there was a little bit, not very much, to allude to what is this referring to, and how has this shifted diplomatic policy or ties today? So what is just meant by this digital age, and where do you see this going in the future?
I'll give part of the answer, and then I'll let Francis take another part from the African perspective. Here's a digital age for you. Today, the UN officially has a screening, an electronic screen, over the Security Council so that ambassadors don't tweet. Okay? So they don't tweet out of the Council on sessions which are in closed doors. Right? Diplomacy once worked before the digital age in a condition where, for example, what did you do, Metternich or someone, or even First World War? There were no telephones. Any cable or any telegram or any whatever would take 3 days to get between Geneva and London, or Geneva and New York, which meant that an ambassador had much more leeway because he was given a mandate by his government. He could not go back and forth on every single letter which was being drafted in that treaty, And therefore, he had much more leeway. When we speak of the digital age, the digitization of diplomacy, whether it's at the level of formality, which is what I've just told you, ambassadors, they will not issue one tweet without having headquarters authorize it, or whether it is, right, if you think of the recent conflict in Gaza, Hamas putting out videos on TikToks and so on and so forth. That is not an accident. They already carry cameras into the operation. They have the videos ready for it. The reason they do it is because there is a diplomatic effect they want to achieve. And they know that the speed will be so high that the minute what is probably true, which is that Islamic Jihad bombards a Palestinian hospital, the first thing which will come out is, because the speed is so fast, Israel bombarded the hospital. Yesterday, the New York Times issued their apology on it. And the day before, the BBC, by the way, issued their apology on it, because it turned out, but it takes us 3 days to look at the evidence to find out that it's a misfired rocket. But the digital age means to say that we will make the mistakes much faster, because our human brain cannot react fast enough so as the machines do. And the little secret here, before I pass to Francis, which I think Africa does much better, is precisely because in Africa we still take time. Diplomats take time. They don't come out with a tweet immediately. Francis, you want to come on this?
Thank you. I think you've explained it well. But I just wanted to sort of add on what Gilad is saying. Try to imagine your head in 2 ways. Try to look at it in terms of the broader environment of peace and security, which Gilad has articulated properly. There are quite a lot of dynamics that are happening in that space. With or without telling people to use technology, including the militia groups, they are even becoming more and more, techno-savvy. And so everything that goes in terms of resolving conflicts or mediation or whatever kind, you must put that into consideration as part of the micro-environment we don't have control over. I was just having conversation with Gilad, and I told him at some point we were, trying to review the videos that were being released by the militia group, because Kenya is one of the countries also very much targeted by the Al-Shabaab. And so researchers like us, we access those kind of things and we try to review them. And one of the, Al-Shabaab, they call them ICT experts. They have all those kind of people. And he had made a video, and in that video he was trying to make a very short statement, threatening what would happen. And so that environment we have no control over, yet we have to appreciate that it is driving peace and security. But there is another aspect that I wanted us to consider, which is the diplomats themselves. Assume or imagine you are a diplomat. You need the tools of Internet of Things, or you need artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, in fact, it's becoming like almost something human beings would not do without moving into the future. For example, decision making at different levels. One of the advice I've been trying to give to to different governments through my publication is that can you imagine how much money governments are going to save by not sending diplomats to foreign countries, so that they just have teleconferencing back home, because most of them do nothing. They go to do shopping. They go to do window shopping. They are grandiose. You know grandiose? Grandiose. They just swim in grandiose projects and big budgets. They they build big houses in the foreign countries, yet back home, a big population of people are dying of poverty. Yet, if you ask this diplomat, how much businesses have you established in Germany for Kenya, for example, or for country X, for example, they have no idea. Theirs, because they have a political appointment, they would come and swim and live in great places and spaces. Yet, one of their terms of reference is to establish business opportunities. They do nothing about it. If they were doing, then African countries would have been developed. We would not be having problems even of, And so the question of artificial intelligence, for example, an aspect of digital age, is very important. And it fits into this diplomatic practice, which is a coinment of the textbook that we are releasing today.
Other questions?
Yeah, thank you for the very interesting input. And I wanted to know about the occupation that you mentioned, because I was thinking that China was right now also using, I don't know if you would describe this as occupation as well, but via economical terms, occupying parts of, for example, the African continent without military force, rather like through economic pressure. But as I received this was also a way of occupation. I was wondering if you consider that as well, or if that's something completely different.
I think that we have to be careful of terms here, at least legally speaking. When we discuss military occupation, you have to have boots on the ground. It's a very clear criteria for something to become an occupation. I'm not talking about spheres of interest. I'm not talking about coercive diplomacy. There is coercion in diplomacy, certainly. What you could say, for example, is that China is executing an occupation in the South China Sea. Right? The 9-dotted line up until the Philippines, they've just hit a Philippine ship. I remind you that China lost the arbitration of the South China Sea arbitration, which was the Permanent Court of Arbitration. China lost. China chose to go to the Permanent Court of Arbitration. It requested, there was an idea of having mediation over there. They said, no, we want arbitration. They chose the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague. They even chose the law code at the time because they didn't want the arbitration to happen under the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, but an older law because of history over there and so on and so forth. And they lost. Once they lost, they said, now we don't accept the result of the arbitration, which is the reason you're seeing a mounting of the submarine deals and the Japanese building an army. I think Japan has issued 300 billion euros or something in the reconstruction of their army very recently. I remind you, the Americans closed their the longest standing naval base outside of the United States since 1898, the Spanish-American War, was Subic Bay in the Philippines, which was an American colony. It was closed in 1994. It has been opened 2 years ago. So when we speak of this type of occupation, I think, I'll turn over to Francis to ask him how he sees China in Africa. And I think from an African perspective, it's much more nuanced. I wouldn't call China's presence in Africa an occupation because they don't have troops, very clearly. Whether it's coercive diplomacy or not, that's a good question, and that's a separate type. But let's be very careful with the terms over here. Otherwise, everything becomes, and the usage of such terms becomes dangerous. Genocide, right? It's a term that everybody uses everywhere. And what do we do with it? We don't actually improve the situation. We dilute the original meaning of that term, which is a danger in and of itself. Francis, China, Africa, what's the nuance there?
You're right, Gilad, but she's also right. I think I encourage those kind of explorations, trying to think outside the box. And so you're right to point out that maybe the reason why she feels it's occupation, and I agree, the legalistic approach it doesn't change; it remains the same. But if you look at it as an epistemology, and it's something you would want to pursue, either in terms of your practice or your research, yes, there is enough evidence that empirical evidence, China is encroaching Africa. They are doing a lot of infrastructure development, and there are ties that binds on this infrastructure. They are doing concessions that nobody understands the language. They write in Chinese. And when people come to realize the content of these concessions, they realize that one of the conditions is if you forfeit to pay the loans, they have identified what they would take back as a recourse. For example, if they decide to say, all right, they're going to take Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, you know, if Kenya doesn't pay, or they're going to take Kennedy Kaunda International Airport. Just as an example, before people realize that, it is too late. So in that sense, yes, I agree that it's a question that we need to investigate. However, it is not occupation as we know it from the framework, the legal framework that Gilad is in a better position to help us understand in that perspective. Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your input. I was wondering, you already drew some lines between the things you told us here and the current political situation. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit more? How does the current conflict in Gaza fit into the ideas you present in your book? Or how are maybe some of the, I mean, I haven't read the book, but how are some of the terms or ideas applicable to the situation right now?
It's interesting. It's an article I wrote for the Washington Post. Here is a classical example of where formality and informality, where that border blurs. For a very long time, everybody, from the Arab world to the Americans, to the Europeans, to the Israeli government itself, treated Hamas as a state. It was treated as a state, right? In Gaza, it was considered to be almost a state sovereign, give and take a few yards. But generally speaking, the classical definition in international law going back to the 1930s of what is a state, defined territory, defined people, some sort of defined structure of government, and the ability to enter into treaties with other states. That makes a place on the planet a state. And up until the recent events, I would say, and I was not, a lot of Israeli people would say, and certainly a lot of international lawyers would say, that Hamas pretty much within the Gaza Strip fulfilled that. They had ambassadors in Qatar, they had ambassadors in Turkey, they had legal representatives in Cairo. What has happened very recently, since the last 2 weeks, the condition whereby Hamas as an organization decides as its prime objective to take civilian hostages, to rape women on a mass level, to decapitate the heads of babies, and that is the prime objective, not the taking of land that you disagree on, has rendered them equal to ISIS, in the sense of no longer being a state. Why? Because once you're a state, the Olympic minimum is what we call state responsibility. Right? We are part of it. When we ask states to become part of the UN Charter, become part of the UN, they take on the responsibilities of the Charter. They become members of the International Court of Justice. And we assumed that Hamas was there. Why? Because we didn't pay attention to the formality and non-formality. And suddenly we find out that they're not there, with all the consequences that has for both parties, by the way, for Palestinians in Gaza, which are now being pounded, and for Israelis who lost 1,400 people, I don't know, whatever. Point here is that the blurring of the distinction of what is a state and what is not is also a cause, right? We called it Islamic State. ISIS, that's the acronym. There was no state over there. There was a bunch of vigilantes who were going and murdering Yazidis and all kinds of other things that they were doing, but there was no state in the states, right? We could agree or not agree, but Syria, nevertheless, that Assad kills 500,000 people of his regime, of Syrians, I don't know what, refugeeing 8 million or 7 million. It still is a state within the sense that probably if Israel and Russia decide to partition the airspace of Syria, which they did, right, there is someone to talk to. There is some sort of address that will be accountable to the other side. This question of accountability, the minute we lose our eye on the ball on this, right, we can like or not like what happened in Afghanistan. De facto, the Taliban is a state. Afghanistan is a state. It's a member of the UN. It is a state. We might not like that regime, but there will be some sort of agreements to get in with them. And in most probably, they will actually keep them from their side. This is the major difference. And this runs, we didn't know that what would happen, right? We finished the book, the editing of it until it was produced. We finished it 8 months ago. We didn't assume, and I don't think that only we, no one assumed, that the events of the 7th of October would transpire as they did. But one thing we did pay attention to is this idea that by losing the optic of your eye on the ball of what is formality and what is non-formality, this is a very dangerous trend, and it is a trend which serves the extremists. I hope that makes sense. Other questions?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is, given the rise of the right-wing politics all over the world, what do you think, what effect will it have on diplomacy, on global diplomacy? Thank you.
Francis? You're better equipped than me to answer that one.
State again, please.
The question was, Francis, the question was the rise, we have a rise of right-wing politics. We certainly see it in Europe, but I would say that it's not only Europe, right? In other places and so on. What impact will this rise in right-wing politics worldwide have for diplomacy?
Yeah, a very good question, but a very difficult one. Even diplomats themselves, I'm not sure they have an answer for it, because, you know, diplomats operate under the aegis of the state. And so whatever a kind of ideology a regime or a political system decide to partake, that is what will determine the direction, the diplomatic direction or the foreign policy of the country. And because foreign policy defines diplomatic practice. Foreign policy is like what you can call the framework. Within this framework, you've got diplomatic practice, which is aimed at achieving a country's foreign policy objectives. And so the world is finding itself in very difficult situations because whether you're talking about fascism or, you know, extreme views of political elites, they would be a bit challenging. I would give an example, maybe to just try to see whether I can address your question, but Gilad will obviously come in. The issue of migrants vis-a-vis Africa, for example, it is a two-way problem. And I don't blame the West. Because majority, I don't know what percentages because I don't study migration, but majority of migrants from Africa, they run away from conflict, from extreme poverty, and from political, those who are seeking political asylum, those who run away from political persecution. Those three things defines migrants from Africa. And so, when these migrants come to Europe, where they think, or to the US, where they think the political environment can accommodate them, there is food, there is everything they need for them to survive, or maybe, yeah, they are protected from conflict back home. They come to Europe and they find an extremist regime. Like, let's take, for example, in the US during Donald Trump's regime. And Donald Trump had put a lead that he doesn't want people from Yemen. He didn't invite people from Somalia. He had put a lead. And you know, that statement alone, it becomes a foreign policy. So during that period of regime, there is nothing diplomats can do except to implement the lead. So nobody from Somalia went to the US during Donald Trump's time. He had his own reasoning. He says they're exporting terrorist behavior. He had a feeling that these people, they need to make home better rather than destroying home and then they want to look for another home, which if you look at it in different perspectives, it makes a lot of sense. Because in some parts of the world, African example, you'll find the ruling elites are living in ivory tower. A large population are living in poverty. But again, there is a conundrum. Because this big population of people who are living in abject poverty, they don't bring uprising, except for Sudan and northern African countries. The sub-Saharan African countries, people are just dying under the bed. People are just suffering silently. But if you look at the life that the politicians live, it is humongous, it is grandiose. And then they have invited business people, the so-called kleptocracy, oligarchy. They are doing business with the business people. Those are the people, they have created a cabal of people who are ruling. It is not the rule by the people. There is nothing you can do because the opposition has been silenced because they manipulate election. So the diplomats don't have powers. Their role is to implement a country's foreign policy. However, I think one way of making sure that that doesn't really happen is, or the time when Europe will rise up in terms of policy and try to put stringent policy measures for maybe migrants, so that the thing is, the leaders, when they come, the leaders from Africa, when they visit Africa, wherever, Europe or wherever places, they must be subjected to some difficult questions, and that brings in media. You need to have very high, super informed media. You need to have very highly intelligent civil society, so that when those leaders come to Europe, you ask them difficult questions. If you don't ask them difficult questions, they will continue to do what they're doing. And many people will continue to die in the Mediterranean, crossing the sea, coming to Europe. And you know, in Europe, again, things change. I mean, you are likely to get fascist or leaders who are a bit extremist, and they may one day say, no, no, no. Our space is only enough for our own people. People from other parts of the world go back home. The diplomat from their respective countries will have nothing to do.
I think when the question was asked, I didn't think of this point of Margaret's, but I think it's crucial, in the sense that, I mean, we look at elections now in Germany, right? The migrant issue, or France, Marine Le Pen, and so on. But I think in terms of sheer diplomacy, when I look, for example, at Russia, or when I look at Israel, when I look at other places which have gone to the right, it's a twofold effect. On the one hand, there is sort of a retreat back to etatism, to statism, where these right-wing governments, the more right you go, the less you like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. Right? Anything which is not etatist, which is not state, and that you cannot control, you immediately are viscerally, negatively aligned toward it, I would say, the more right you go. And I'm not talking about a moderate right, because probably here in this country, Angela Merkel was one of the most diplomatically friendly when you think of the European Union, the enlargement of the European Union. What we are seeing now, for example, with candidate states in the Balkans, that is work that was happening, for people who know the European Commission in Brussels, that's work that's been going on since 2012. So that's a Merkel legacy, probably more than anybody else. So on the one hand, there is this return to the state, and everything which is not state, if we are going to do it, the more right we go, the less we like those type of non-governmental NGOs that we cannot control. On the other side, the more right we go, we're going to see more Wagner. We're going to see more Blackwater. Isn't it interesting? Right? The Russians have theirs, the Americans have theirs. And probably others have others in between. The rise of mercenaries. We didn't see this in the Cold War, hardly. We're seeing it now. Why? Because states still need an outlet to do the stuff the dirty stuff that they don't want to do. So they're going to outlet it to somewhere. This issue of doing the dirty stuff we don't want to do usually happens more with right-wing regimes than with left ones. So I think the answer to your question is a twofold one. We're going to see the official channel being more restrictive, and the non-official channel becoming ever more chaotic, I would say. But your guess is as good as mine. Any other questions? Oh.
Yes, and I'm
Hey,
already
Therese.
ready with the microphone. Hi, Gilad. Thank you very much for your talks. Very interesting to hear about. My question would be about this idea of kinetic diplomacy. I tried to look very quickly into what it is and where this is used, and the first thing I found actually was your book. But what is kinetic diplomacy? It sounded to me, if I understood correctly, like you were saying something about military action, but that doesn't sound like diplomacy. It sounds like a nice word for military action, which to me could not be diplomatic. So could you talk a bit more about what it is and give an example?
Process.
Oh, thank you. So kinetic diplomacy is not a new concept. It's an old concept, except that in this book we decided to do a case study based on our research on the relation between Kenya and Somalia. So when we talk about kinetic diplomacy, there is one defining principle that tries to kind of frame the, any student would know. I mean, you've got to frame every discussion. There must be what we call a gray zone conflict zone. In other words, there must be a conflict occurring that is not conventional. If you look at the Kenya-Somali relation, diplomatic relation, if you look at it in terms of typologies, it has all the characteristics of a gray zone conflict. And so based on that, what you can call a framework, we made a conclusion that given it is a gray zone, what kind of intervention would be required? Because by all international standards, it is. It is because the kind of conflict you experience in that area is not what you are seeing happening in Russia versus Ukraine. There it's purely asymmetric. And so we looked for various ways, various solutions that works in such an environment. We were not able to. The only solution that would be available for diplomats would be kinetic diplomacy, because for more than, I would say, for more than 2 decades, Kenya's been playing a very positive role in trying to provide diplomatic support to our neighbors. South Sudan, Somalia, to some extent Ethiopia, and what we call the Great Lake region. The Great Lake region includes countries like Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, and many others. Now, that kind of approach that Kenya's been using for over 20 years, they tried it in Somalia, it couldn't just work. And so, kinetic diplomacy was appropriate because while you are sending soldiers, the ultimate strategic goal of sending soldiers is not to keep peace per se, as would be typically in other peacekeeping environment. It is also to create an environment of stabilization, domestic stabilization, to create an environment that would eventually provide a peaceful environment. Because this is a country, this is a war where no country is fighting against a country. This is a war where domestic players, the Al-Shabaab, have waged war against almost everybody, including their own government. And so you cannot approach it in the usual diplomatic way. The official diplomacy doesn't work. But the second thing that kinetic diplomacy was applicable is within the international law, governments, formal governments, are not allowed to have negotiation with groups that have been declared terrorists. Al-Shabaab has been gazetted and declared a terrorist group. And so neither Kenyan government nor Somali government would be in a position to be allowed within the international law to negotiate with them. Something that some people, some scholars are arguing that need to change. But as it is now, they can't. So you cannot go to Somalia and say, bring the Al-Shabaab, let's sit on the table, tell us your political objective, we shall tell you our political objective, let's agree, let's converge, let's differ, let's make an agreement. Nothing like that happens. So the only solution that is available for countries that need to help Somalia is kinetic diplomacy. So in short, kinetic diplomacy is a combination of things, including sending the military on ground, but also providing what we call multiplier, multipliers, like airlifts and others that are being provided by the US and other governments in Somalia, so that you have a combined force that would eventually neutralize the enemy. It's something close to what is happening, what America is doing in Ukraine and other countries. I believe most of the countries in Europe are doing the same, you know, providing multiplier, effect to the friends, you know, to the friends of Europe, in this case, Ukraine, so that you can defeat the dictator. That is a kinetic diplomacy. Am I clear? All right.
I think we're at 4:30, so we will have to close the session so that the festival can carry on in due time. I wanted to thank, first of all, Francis for coming all the way from Kenya and switching planes in Istanbul and getting on planes and getting off planes to come and be with us. Again, thank you for recent Globe for pulling off this wonderful feat the second year around, and we're waiting for next year. We're probably not going to come with a book next year, but we're going to try and do our best in the years to come with another book. Thank you all for participating with us.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your insights and your expertise, and all of you for all of the questions you posed. I'm very happy that we had such a nice exchange here today at Globe23. We will have a short break now and continue our program here at 5 o'clock with another take on changes in a global context. We will have a Globe Forum, and the topic is a brain drain, the forgotten crisis in North Africa. And yeah, I hope to see you there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen beim Globe23, dem Leipziger Wissenschaftsfestival, organisiert vom Research Center Global Dynamics und ausgerichtet hier von der Uni Leipzig. Unser Motto dieses Jahr ist Leben im Umbruch. Wir hatten gestern schon eine spannende Auftaktveranstaltung. Da war unter anderem die sächsische Staatsministerin dabei, die Staatsministerin der Justiz für Europa, Demokratie und Gleichstellung, Katja Mayer. Und gerade eben hatten wir hier einen interessanten Book-Talk zum Thema, wie die Digitalisierung die Diplomatie verändert. Einen großen Umbruch erleben auch all die Länder, die von Brain Drain betroffen sind. Brain Drain, das ist, wenn hochqualifizierte Arbeitskräfte ihr Land verlassen, um im Ausland Arbeit zu suchen. Ein Land, in dem junge, gut ausgebildete Arbeitskräfte vor großen wirtschaftlichen Herausforderungen stehen, ist Tunesien. Und was sich dort ändern müsste, darüber diskutieren wir hier jetzt beim Globe Forum. Ein wichtiger Hinweis, die Veranstaltung wird auf Englisch sein. So I will switch to English now as well, and I would like to welcome our guests and hosts here on stage, Enrica Ordano and Wyatt Constantine, and they are both from the Access Research team. And I would also like to welcome on stage the PhD students, Thuraya Garawi, Nasser Moslem, and Emna Saidi. Thank you so much for being here.
Okay, well, I'm going to give a very brief, small introduction because this is principally supposed to be a discussion with our PhDs, but thanks everybody for taking part in this little intimate meeting of ours. It's quite nice. As our moderator mentioned, me and Ika worked together on a project funded through the DAAD called Access, a rather lengthy name, the African Center for Career Enhancement and Skill Support, but principally the research question that it revolves around is really prescient, and this is the issue of education and unemployment and the seeming paradox that as educational opportunities, especially tertiary educational opportunities in the global south have expanded and more graduates enter the labor force, they're only more unemployed. And so this is sort of a critical juncture because this is sort of a betrayal of sort of the liberal development narrative that we've told ourselves over decades, which is that, you know, simply by investing in human capital and education, the unemployment question will sort of work itself out as a result, and this really hasn't happened. So I think this question sits at a juncture with really prescient political questions about migration. It sits at prescient questions about the future of labor migration into Europe. But I think the other side of that is that we often ignore the perspectives of, you know, the young people who have been promised, you know, a better future through their education, have been promised more opportunities, and the crushing sort of disappointments and challenges presents when they don't materialize. You know, so we have huge percentages of the population on the move globally. We have huge percentages of the populations unable to find opportunities that they imagined. So that's what we focus on. I would say this is our main research question, and I think the rest of our team here has more knowledge on Tunisia than I do, so I'll give it to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm very glad to have the chance of a public debate with our colleagues, our Tunisian researchers. I'm just introduce you before giving you the word. First of all, we are going to have a small presentation of 15 minutes each. This was what we were proposing as format, and then the chance of a public, open discussion. So we will have a contribution, first of all, by Emna Saidi from the University of Tunis, who has been working for almost 2 years now here at Access at the University of Leipzig on a research project on the recruitment behavior of industrial enterprises in Tunisia. So this is what she will focus on. Then we will have a contribution by our colleague who is gonna submit her PhD thesis very soon. Thoraya Garraoui was working exactly on the main question of graduate unemployment in Tunisia. And then we will focus on a bit more specific context, agricultural context, a context of rural environment in Tunisia with Nasser Msalem, who will talk with us about the social and the solidarity economy as a potential answer to agricultural unemployment in Tunisia. Thank you for being here, and I will leave you the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, Ika and Wyatt, for the presentation. As Ika said, I'm Emna. I'm a PhD student at Leipzig University, and I'm working on the recruitment practices in Tunisian industrial enterprises. To make it more clear, my question would be about who gets the job and why. Also, I try to compare the different practices between the different sectors in the industrial Tunisian enterprises. But today I will talk about one of the main paradoxes in the Tunisian labor market. I guess many of you know that the unemployment rate in Tunisia is high, extremely high, I would say. It is around 16% during this period. But paradoxically, when I did my field work a few months ago in Tunisian industrial enterprises, I was surprised by the fact that those enterprises have difficulties to find workers. And the problem does not only concern high-skilled workers, it also concerns low-skilled and unskilled workers. So I'll try to explain the reasons behind this problem, behind this mismatch, even though it is a very complicated issue to be explained in a few minutes, but I'll do my best. One of the main reasons that in many cases unemployment is rather a personal choice than an involuntary circumstance. It seems intriguing, but I'll try to explain again. So sometimes candidates can decline a job offer because the proposed salary is low, even if they don't have any previous experience in the labor market before. So this behavior can be explained by two main reasons. The first one, they might have alternative job options available that offer better salary or align more closely with their career goals, making this decision acceptable and understandable. But second, some individuals may prefer unemployment over accepting a low-paying job. In such cases, the influence of family and culture is crucial. Parents, Tunisian parents, particularly in middle or high-class families, may advise their children not to accept the low-paying positions, believing that it's in their best interests to wait for a better opportunity. They may even provide financial support until their children secure more suitable employment. So I need to specify that this case concerns especially high-class to middle-class families. Of course, this scenario is there is another scenario for those who belong to a poor-class family. One of the other reasons behind the decision not to work or not to accept a job in the industrial sector is poor working conditions, which are generally linked to the nature of the job itself. So candidates may prefer administrative roles over production or technical positions, except for engineers, of course. For example, machine setter, machine operator, logisticians, those positions are in high demand, but so challenging for industrial enterprises to fill. Finding low-skilled or unskilled workers is even more difficult, especially in the textile sector, where non-graduates prefer to work in cafes or restaurants rather than in factories. This decision may also be influenced by how valuable, how prestigious your job is perceived in the eyes of society. Since working in factories is always less valuable, less prestigious than working in other sectors like touristic sector or service sector. Last but not least, brain drain. Brain drain is one of the main reasons behind low retention in enterprises. So employees in the Tunisian industrial sector quit their jobs because they found a work abroad. In this case, the brain drain is not the result of unemployment, but rather of finding a better professional career. Although that's not always the case. You'd be surprised to know that some human resource responsible have managed employees leaving their engineering position to work as technicians in countries like France, Germany, or any other European country. So here, the migration decision is not always based on financial reasons or career opportunities or even unemployment. Sometimes it is about freedom of movements and just being curious about what the Western world has to offer. So in this case, finding a job abroad becomes just a way to make the process of moving a bit easier, which, let's be honest, can be quite complicated. All those procedures to have a visa are way so complicated to those who are in Tunisia, for example, to go abroad. So I need to specify that those are the results of a field work I did a few months ago, as I said in the beginning, and it concerns Greater Tunis. So those facts may change in rural zones or outside the city center of the country. Thank you so much for your attention. And that's it. Feel free to ask any question. Thank you.
So if there are direct questions, I would give you the opportunity to ask. If not, I would maybe prefer to let the second colleague talk and then at the end have a general open discussion. Yeah, if you agree with that, so please, Soraya.
Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Emna, for starting the discussion. My name is Soraya Garawi. I am a PhD student at Leipzig University, and I would like to say or to contribute a bit to today to the linkages already that I discovered a bit between the question of brain drain and the graduate unemployment. When discussing brain drain as a topic, it is fundamental to talk about graduate unemployment, as brain drain means in some part of it a migration of skilled people or graduates from the south countries to the north countries, and in this sense, the situation of unemployment that these graduates are facing in their homelands can push them in a manner or the other to migrate in order to look for better employment condition or aspiration. And if we think in this linkage, we can see that Tunisia could be one of the best case studies to discuss this relationship. Tunisia scored in 2020 28% as unemployed graduate rate. So 28% of the unemployed people in Tunisia are from the graduates. And this is a bit shocking because we have too many graduates and at the same time they could not be employed. And if we have a look also at the figures and the statistics of the number, and as my colleague was just saying, the number of the skilled people, Tunisian skilled people who are migrating from a year to another to Europe, since the 90s, after the 2011 revolution, and mainly after 2020, because of the hard impacts of COVID-19 that led to the deterioration of the economy and let's say the amplification of the financial crisis or troubles, pushing many graduates and skilled people to migrate from Tunisia to Europe. And here the question is why? My colleague Emna just tried to give a response to this from her perspective. I would give another one with saying that many of the graduates or the skilled people who moved from Tunisia to work in Europe, their employment ambitions could not be satisfied in Tunisia. They have their own employment aspiration, and unfortunately it is not matched with the reality of the labor market in Tunisia. And to specify this, I would share with you just a result that I get from my empirical work that I did in July, between July and October 2021. And I asked just a simple question to the graduates, 360 young graduates living in Greater Tunis. And I would say 2 words about Greater Tunis. Greater Tunis is the first concentration of economy in Tunisia. So the chances of the graduates living in Greater Tunis in getting or reaching a good job could be more superior than the others living in other regions. So I just asked the graduates that I interviewed, what are your job ambitions? In which sector you prefer to work? I gave them 4 options. The first is working in the public sector. The second is working in the private sector. The third, to launch their own business, to be an entrepreneur. And the last is just accepting any job without thinking of its background. The response were unequal, but more than 60% of the graduates that I interviewed prefer to work at the public sector. Almost 20% prefer to work to be entrepreneurs, less than 10% to work in the private sector, and almost 10% to accept any job without thinking of it. Here, the results are a bit surprising. If the Tunisians graduates want to work in the private sector, could this be satisfied in Tunisian labor market? Simply no. Because Tunisia, and since adopting the structural adjustment program in the 90s, stopped producing jobs at the public sector. Simply, when adopting this structural restriction, they started encouraging the private sector and announcing the decline of the state, so the state is not getting any responsibility in producing more jobs in the public sector. Here, more than 13 years after these reforms, and the Tunisian graduates are still attached to the jobs in the public sector. And if we ask why, simply because the public sector is the only sector producing or giving the chance to work in a decent job, to be in a secure situation, to have, let's say, stable earnings, to benefit from health insurance, and so on. The second option, or the second rank, we have the entrepreneurship. Many of the graduates in Tunisia want to be entrepreneurs, but could this be satisfied? I said, no, unfortunately, because entrepreneurship path is also blocked in Tunisia with a lot of troubles. We know about the deterioration of the economy in Tunisia after the 2011 revolution. We know about the financial troubles. We know about how the social situation is unstable. We know about the reforms at the political level, and mainly the heart of the bureaucracy in Tunisia. So again, the path of the entrepreneurship, which the graduates choose in their second option, is blocked. So we move to the third option, which is the private sector. And many of the graduates just reject this option because of, let's say, the quality of the jobs already offered in the private sector. And despite that it was chosen from the state since the 90s to guide the Tunisian economy and to produce enough jobs for the graduates, it is not until now strong enough to produce or to create enough jobs in quantity and in quality that could satisfy the graduates' ambitions. The private sector in Tunisia is still producing few jobs compared to the high number of the graduates, job seeker, and at the same time, the quality of the jobs provided by the private sector is from the low quality. It is marked with, let's say, worse working conditions, long hours, in many times without even a contract. It is just an oral agreement with low wages. Sometimes the graduates are exposed to discrimination, to exploitation. I think that I would agree with what Emna said. Sometimes a graduate would prefer staying unemployed rather than working in bad conditions in the private sector. So this is what I get from the fieldwork. I have 4 options, and the job at the public sector in the first rank, then the entrepreneurship, then the private, and accepting anything. Guess what? I discovered that they gave me another option, which is the informal sector. This is one of the findings of my fieldwork, that the informal sector, is that the informal sector is the new sector attracting more and more graduates. So graduates within this, let's say after 2011 and mainly after 2020, started working more in the informal sector, and this could explain in particular manners the explosion of the informal sector in Tunisia. So here, let's just imagine a graduate within this situation. He's a job seeker. He's transitioning or crossing the transitional period between the university and the labor market, and he is in front of, let's say, 4 options. Work in the public sector, but it is blocked. Being entrepreneur, but it is blocked, and he has to choose between working in the private sector or in the informal sector. And here, he will prefer working in the informal sector, because if the private and the informal are both giving the same low quality of jobs, with the informal sector, he will earn more money, because it is undeclared section. And I would go back a bit for the question of brain drain, and let's imagine if I gave these interviewees another option with the migration, and what would the response looks like. I think they will put the migration in the first rank with a large share, then even the public sector, then we will find the informal sector, and last, the private sector will be their last option of employment. So in this situation, when their aspiration are not, employment aspiration could not be satisfied in Tunisia, they would prefer migration as a solution for better employment conditions.
Thank you very much, Soraya, for your contribution. I will hand it over directly to you, Nasser. Sorry, no, there is a direct question. I'm sorry for that.
I don't need the mic.
It's okay.
Can you explain a bit what the informal sector is? Like, what kinds of jobs do you get there?
Thank you for the question, and I would say that it's a bit complicated to define what is the informal sector. We can jump to the ILO publication, and we see that informal sector is a kind of undeclared sector. But in the Tunisian case and the Tunisian context, it's very complicated, because when we look at okay, let's say that informal sector is a non-declared job or sector, but when we see that in the private sector, a declared enterprise or a firm is employing people based on an oral agreement, and without giving them what we call the health insurance, the only 2 conditions proving that this employee is working in the formal sector. So we have a formal enterprise, but providing jobs, let's say informal jobs. And at the same time, the employers themselves could prefer to be considered as undeclared. And I will explain a bit here. When working in the public sector in Tunisia, officially they will be considered as employee. When working in the private sector, they are considered as employee. When they are entrepreneurs, they will be considered as employers. However, when working in the informal sector, and as they do not have contracts or health insurances, they will be considered as unemployed. So unemployed, and at the same time working and earning. This is a bit how does it looks like, and the reasons behind this let's say, gray area between the private and the public sector. It is very complicated to define what could be just informal and what could be just private, because, as I said, private formal firms are giving informal employment. And you asked about the sectors. I can tell you that informality is let's say, exceeding everything in Tunisia. And unfortunately, we can talk about hotels giving services, informal services. We can talk about enterprises employing people without, as I said, informally. We can talk even, let's say, even in some administration, giving temporary jobs without health insurance. So a person will be working in the public sector in a formal administration, but however, this is a kind of informal employment. So it's very complicated to just specify what is the informal sector in Tunisia. Unfortunately, no. No. I mean, benefiting from a health insurance is very restricted, and it is restricted to people who are already employed with like legal contracts in the public, in the private sector, who are doing their self jobs, entrepreneurship, something like that, their own businesses, which means they are declared. In other cases, they could not benefit from health insurance.
Question. Maybe if you have time, we should come back to it.
Yeah, maybe we do it directly, because I think it's a good point to try to compare, or at least understand a bit more the reality of Tunisia. So I think it's not obvious to have an understanding of what does it mean to be unemployed in Tunisia. It's of course very different than in Germany, but how? And I think it is maybe a better idea to briefly talk about that before we continue talking about another aspect of Tunisian society. So I would like to jump in asking you if you could precise a bit more, what does it mean to be unemployed? How does your life look like in Tunisia if you are an unemployed graduate, for example? And the second question, which is related to that, you were mentioning low salaries, and you were also talking about decent work. So I think also here I would like to have a bit of a more precise picture of what does that mean, low salaries and decent or indecent work in the context of Tunisia. Do you want to? Yeah, okay.
So, based on your question, Eka, I would be happy to share one of the findings of my thesis, and it is about the definition of unemployed. What to be unemployed? What does it mean to be unemployed in Tunisia? And this is very challenging also, because when I started with the literature review and before going to doing my fieldwork, I just adopted the official definition given by the ILO, which is also the same adopted by officials in Tunisia. However, when I went to the labor market and talked to people and graduates from different perspectives and different backgrounds, I discovered that the definition of unemployed is very complicated, and it depends on the position of the speaker. If you are asking someone who is already working in the public sector, or let's say from the official position, he will just accept the official definition of unemployed, which means that a person without work or without being engaged in work or even for profit or for income. When we made the interview with him, this long definition given by the ILO. However, at the real world and for the graduates themselves, they do not accept this definition, and they would go with another designed definition in which they consider that only the graduates working in the public sector and doing a job when all the standards are met is employed. In all the other cases, he is unemployed. if a graduate is working in the private sector with a legal contract and benefiting from all, he is unemployed. If a graduate is working in the informal sector, he is unemployed. Guess what? If a graduate is working in the public sector, but without, let's say, using the skills he learned in the university, he is officially underemployed. But from the graduate's perspective, they consider him unemployed. So it's a bit complicated to give this definition because, yeah, this is how they perceive their position, and this is why they turned into collective actions and into mobilization in order to put on the table of this new definition. We are unemployed even if we are working in the private sector and in the informal sector, and we consider ourselves unemployed because we want jobs in the public sector. So it is all about the public sector again, and the job offered by the public sector, and that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Ika, for your question. What low salary look like in Tunisia? It is a good question, actually, to ask. According to the 30 interviews I did, and I need to precise that I'm talking about Greater Tunis and the industrial enterprises, not any other sector and not any other area in Tunisia. So for skilled workers, it is generally between 400 euros and 1,000 euros, which is in dinars 1,200 Tunisian dinars and 3,000 Tunisian dinars, depending on the exchange rate, more or less so. For unskilled or low-skilled workers, it is generally between 200 euros and 400 euros. So I'm seeing your faces. Yeah, those salaries are really, really low if you compare them with salaries here in Germany or in Europe generally. But the truth is that we cannot compare wages in Tunisia with wages here in Europe because the cost of living is not the same. It's not. It's just incomparable, and it does not make sense to compare. And I will give you like an idea about the cost of living in Tunisia, according to the National Institute of Statistics. So here I'm giving an official number. A household in Tunisia need 1,400 euros to live. This household is composed of four persons, assuming that those 4 persons are 2 adults and 2 children. So each adult needs to earn 700 euros a month, which is in the interval of the high-skilled workers, but not in the interval of low-skilled or unskilled workers. And here, those who earn less than the 700 euros, they have like 3 options. I would say maybe more, but I will give you like 3 situations, 3 options. The first situation is when the individual is a recent graduate. So generally in this case he's unmarried and he's living with his parents. So actually the salary that he will earn, he will spend it on just his personal stuff. So he don't have to worry about the accommodation and the food costs. In this case, all is good. In the other case, the individual is married and have his own family. Here we have the informal sector, just like Thuraya said. So during the day, he work like formally in a formal job, and maybe at night he will work another informal work, like a taxi driver or some women making some bread and buy it, or those kind of very, very small businesses. And the third situation, he's belonging to the poor economic class, so he's just poor and he need whether to accept it and live with it, whether to adopt other situation like migrate illegally to European countries, which is unfortunate. Yeah, hopefully I answered the question.
Thank you very much to both of you. I have a very small further question because you were mentioning that your research field work was based or focusing on Greater Tunis. So I'm not sure if everybody has an understanding of Tunisia. So I think it would be useful just to very, very briefly talk about regional inequality before we start talking about agriculture. So maybe can you just mention what does it mean? Why are you saying that the research on Greater Tunis is probably giving very different findings than if it was done in the interior, what we call the interior, like in the periphery. So it means in every other region in Tunisia which is not on the coast or very next to the capital. Could you maybe, for the understanding of the public, very briefly talk about that?
Okay, let's just talk about a bit from a geographical perspective. Greater Tunis is an urban agglomeration or just a urban concentration composed of 4 governorates. One of it is the capital of Tunisia. So we have Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, and next to Tunis we have Ariana, Manouba, and Ben Arous. The 4 capitals, the 4 governorates are linked the one to the other at the urban level, which construct what we call Greater Tunis. And Greater Tunis is considered, as I mentioned before, the first concentration of the people of Tunisian people. So Greater Tunis scored almost, I think, 1 million or 2 million? 2 millions of the 12 million of a total 12 million of Tunisians. Also, Greater Tunis is a high concentration of the tertiary services and a high concentration of industry. Greater Tunis is also englobing the highest or the greater number of superior institutions in Tunisia, health services, also all the ministries and let's say the ministries, the financial administration, etc., the whole of it are already in Greater Tunis. So it looks like Greater Tunis is, let's say, the first concentration of population and of economy in Tunisia. And for the selection of Greater Tunis, I didn't select Greater Tunis for my fieldwork because of that. No, because it is more related to some methodological perspective. Let's just say it in 2 words. When I tried to work with the graduate unemployment, I found with my supervisors that figures and statistics could never be representative enough. And I cannot interview all the graduates living in Tunis to talk about their own position and their own perspectives. So I just prefer to just talk with some people already living in Greater Tunis, and this could be, and as I'm planning to be starting for other future researchers in the future for other regions of Greater Tunis, maybe to do some comparatives, etc. And I am sure that the results will be totally different, because in opposite of Tunis as a concentration of population and economy, the interior of Tunis looks like, we call it an industrial desert. It looks like an industrial desert with low number of people, with low concentration of urbanization, with low concentration of services, of hospitals, of universities, of institutions. Yes, thank you. So it's almost a contradiction, as Emna said. It's almost a contradiction between Greater Tunis and the whole coastal region of Tunisia and the interior. So we can see, and I don't have a map, unfortunately, but Tunisia, it looks like split it into pieces. One is the coastal region, in which we can find more people, more urbanization, more services, everything, more employment, more industry. And at the opposite level, we have the interior regions, developed from the north to the south, with less people, less services, less industry, less employment. So if we can find more employment in the coastal, will be blocked, will be facing the high rates of unemployment in the other side. And yeah, that's it. Emily, you want to say something?
I think you made it really clear.
Thank you very much, Soraya. So I think we will move now to that region you were talking about, to the
other side of the country.
Exactly.
So my name is Nasser Muslim. I'm from the northwest of the country, the other side of the country. Yeah, I'm coming from geographical background. My master and my dissertation in Tunisia was about the water governance and the agriculture systems in the northwest of the country, and now I'm in my second year in PhD in Leipzig University, and the heading of my PhD is the employment of Tunisian graduates, the social and solidarity economy as an opportunity for rural agricultural development in the northwest of the country. So I think that the idea of development in Tunisia is a central one, to ensure the needs of society by building strong economies, and has been many decades during which exchanges between liberal and socialist regimes. After the revolution of January 2011, and with the new local governance frameworks, new contexts emerged, the most important of which were civil society networks, which over the years have helped support the state's development efforts to reduce disparities between inland and coastal regions, north and south. On the other hand, the Tunisian education system has produced an abundance of university graduates and created an acute contradiction between the training aspects and the needs of the labor market. And this issue intensifies as we move from urban to rural areas, where education represents a veritable elevator. So in my dissertation, I'm looking to find the link between the system education in Tunisia and the social and solidarity economy as an opportunity for integration, cohesion, and development. So, and to understand the phenomenon of social and solidarity economy in Tunisia, we need to understand the first experience in revolutionary period, post-revolutionary period in Tunisia. It was Jemna experience in the southwest of the country. Jemna, a small village in the southwest of Tunisia, has become a symbol of resilience and empowerment through its transformative experience in the field of social and solidarity economy. Jemna's journey began in the aftermath of the Tunisian revolution in 2011, as the country transitioned into a democracy. It also saw the emergence of a new wave of grassroots movements seeking to address socio-economic inequalities. In this regard, the Association for the Protection of Oases of Jemna was formed with the aim of reclaiming the community's collective land and fostering the subsistence and inclusive economic model. Jemna's oasis lands were exploited and monopolized by a few wealthy individuals. This created a deep socio-economic divide, leaving many villagers impoverished and marginalized. However, the Association for the Protection of Oasis Jemna challenged this unjust system and worked tirelessly to reclaim communal land for the benefit of the entire community, the people of Jimna village. Through a series of negotiations and legal battles, Jimna regained control of more than 1,000 hectares of oasis land in 2016. This marked a turning point in the village's history, as it not only regained its cultural and environmental heritage, but also laid the foundations for a transformative social and solidarity economy. Jimna's social and solidarity economy model is centered around the production and sale of high-quality dates. The community collectively manages the oasis, ensuring sustainable agricultural practices and equitable distribution of resources. The profits generated from the sale of dates are reinvested in the village, financing various development projects such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. Moreover, Jimna's experience has gained international recognition, serving as an inspiration for other marginalized communities facing similar challenges. But in November and in December 2016, the head of the state in Tunisia made the smart move, and they established a new law of social and solidarity economy to contain the movements and the strike inside the country. So this law provides a legal framework to support and to promote social and solidarity economy initiatives in the country. And this law defines social and solidarity economy as economic activities carried out by cooperatives, mutual societies, associations, and NGOs that prioritize human development, social justice, and environmental sustainability. And this law aims to promote social and solidarity economy as a means to reduce poverty, unemployment, and social exclusion. It aims to support initiatives that provide decent work, foster local development, and to contribute to sustainable development. The governmental and the private institution will give formations and governance to establish social and solidarity economy, entities, cooperative, NGOs, and the mutual societies, and the GDS, the agricultural development group inside the country, registration, management, decision-making processes, and financial accountability. Also, the financial support and the promotion, technical assistance, capacity building, networking opportunities, and market access to social and solidarity economy. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Nasser.
You're welcome.
Are there any direct questions? If not, I would first ask you. First of all, I would like to give some numbers, just two, but I think numbers do explain sometimes or visualize better phenomena. So we are talking about 11 million or almost 12 million inhabitants in Tunisia, and I was reading that almost 2 million are living abroad, working in Europe, but not just in Europe. I was recently reading about new developments or new trajectories of migration towards sub-Saharan Africa, which I think it's very interesting. But we are talking about a large part of the population, of the Tunisian population, going abroad, looking for better living and working conditions. And talking about Germany, we are still talking about very small numbers. So I was reading that Germany gave something like 5,500 working permits 2021. So it's not a lot if you talk about 82 millions.
84.
Yeah, or maybe 84 millions. So just to have a broader picture, going back to the question of solidarity economy, I was just wondering, I think it's a very interesting example you were mentioning, the one of Gemna. I was going to ask you, which role does the international cooperation play in all of that? I know that there are a lot of internationally funded projects for solidarity economy. I just would like to ask you to explain a bit which role does it play?
Yeah, actually in Tunisia, when we talk about the civil society in Tunisia, we talk about a triangle. And in this triangle, we will find the state, the head, and we will find the national civil society, and we will find the third part, or the third actor is the NGOs, international NGOs. And I think that the role of NGOs in Tunisia is very important, especially in this international and national economic crisis. Let's take a program in the southern of Siliana. It's my region. So there is a program, economic program, called Profits, and this program created by the Ministry of Agriculture in Tunisia and the IFAD, the International Fund of Agricultural Development. So I think that this program creates more than 600 jobs and 720 small projects for poor families, and more than 84 SMEs, small and medium enterprise, in the southern of Siliana. So I think that the role of NGOs in Tunisia, especially in this period, is very important.
Thank you, Nasser.
You're welcome.
Please, yes. Exactly, yeah. We are.
Thank you very much for your presentations. They were really interesting, and you're all very charismatic speakers, so thank you. I wanted to ask a question that I will address to Nasser, but it's really it could be for everyone. Yeah. So Nasser, you talked about how after 2011 and the Jasmine Revolution, there was an opening for civil society actors and opportunities, and this is part of what led to the flourishing of Gemna and the situation there. Have you been able to see in your research if this has changed or been impacted by the sort of democratic reversal that has happened in the last year with the coup with Kais Saied, who's basically taken all power? And I'm not sure, what will that do to civil society stakeholders, in your opinion? And of course, I think this is something that could really be relevant for everybody in terms of how does it impact these economic factors you've been talking about. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Actually, I think that the civil society now in Tunisia faced a lot of challenges, especially in this period of Kais Saied. But about the social and solidarity economy is my specialty, and I spent more than 7 years in Tunisia as activist inside the country. I think that Kais Saied kept the law of the social and solidarity economy just to change the old institutions by new institutions called Sharikat al-Ahliya, something like that. How to say it, yeah. Yeah, it's like populism, yeah. Just he kept the same institutions of social and solidarity economy, the same law, just he changed institutions, the old institution, by a new one called in Arabic شركة الأهلية, charity organizations or associations. And as you know, in Tunisia we have more than 25,000 association, organization, and agricultural development groups. Yeah.
And they're permitted to continue doing the same things? I mean, are they as active now as they were before, do you think?
I think so, yeah. There is a lot of projects between NGOs and national institutions in Tunisia, governmental or private. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Any other question, comment, remark?
I just, I saw this, I guess several months ago now, and it still is stuck in my head. Najla Boudin, she's since gone into retirement. But she made a speech earlier in January in 2023 at the World Economic Forum after this sham of an election where I think 10% of the population voted, and then she went to the World Economic Forum and was discussing her sort of grand development narrative for Tunisia against this shameful backdrop. It was really embarrassing. Like, she wouldn't take questions from reporters in the audience. It was kind of scandalous, but she kind of gave this very like Davos-friendly speech about unleashing the power of the entrepreneur and of you know, empowering the youth and women, kind of like standard Davos fare that you would think. But since that, I was really kind of curious. Do you, within Tunisia, see like a change in sort of not only development narrative, but like the role of the state? Because again, we can only surmise from outside what's actually happening, but is this like this entrepreneurial turn something that was just sort of used in the context of impressing international donors, or is this kind of something actively pursued by the Tunisian state or taken seriously?
Let's just compare between what is official and what is already happening in the real world, in the labor market, in Tunisian labor market. And it is opening the same discussion of the public sector. It looks like Tunisians, and after more than 13 years, are not convinced by the socio-economic and political change that already happened. If the country announced that the state is not producing jobs anymore, and you have to look at the private sector or entrepreneurship or, I don't know, another options. But the people, let's say the graduates and their family, let's say the society, Tunisian society is still attached to the public sector. I'm not saying that they are right or they are wrong. But if the state is saying all the time, I don't have more jobs in the public sector, let's just focus on the entrepreneurship, for example, or let's just focus on the private sector. Let's transform ourselves from, let's say, a consumer, something like consumer country into a productive country, and let's build our projects based on the skills and the abilities of the graduates. I can say that this looks like a logic. It's okay. But the reality of the labor market is that the state is trying to push as much as it can the graduates into launching their own businesses. However, it cannot deal with the whole parts of the Tunisian society, which means mainly, let's say, the big businessmen who are already ruling the whole of the country affairs. If the state is pushing the graduate to launch their own businesses, and when they try, they will be blocked by the hard bureaucracy or by the financial troubles, etc. And this bureaucracy and high financial troubles, let's say, it is imposed by the old elites, let's say, between two brackets, corruptors. They are big businessmen. They are dominating the whole private sector, and they are trying, let's say, to underestimate the state efforts and marginalize the efforts of the graduates. If Nasser, for example, is a young graduate, he has his own money and he wants to launch his own business, if he will not use, let's say, illicit methods to establish his own business, he will be just rejected. And even if the state is supporting him, giving him the opportunity, he will be rejected. And this, let's say, it's just simply like that. These people are in some ways more stronger even than the state power. And this is the problem, because they are, let's say, integrated in the large network of capitalism in the world, and they are supported enough to be a leader even more than the state. So Nasser just talked about the experience, and I think White also talked about supporting entrepreneurship and in how far could this be helpful in resolving the economic troubles or problems in Tunisia. And it could be, okay, but the state could not just go to the war herself, just the state, to combat these people without the responsibility of the society, who must support and try just to take part of the war. Let's say just it's a war, and in Tunisia we are calling it a war against corruption. That started since 2011, but until now, corruptors are still dominating the private sector, are still ruling the country, and even the state is changing the laws, even if the state is supporting graduates, giving more opportunity. Doing anything, it will not be effective enough, because it is not more powerful than these people. That's it.
Okay, I'll try to be more optimistic here. So actually, there is an effort from the government to encourage graduates to open their own business. And it's not just an effort from the government, it is also a changing of the mindset of graduates. So if we will talk numbers again, the number of startups is increasing lately in Tunisia, which is a good indice, I would say, especially in the technological sector, development, programmation. I mean, the human capital is here, and there are some efforts. Still, those financial problems, administrative problems, and the whole story to open a business and how difficult it is, I'm totally agree with you. But there is, I would say, an effort from the government to encourage graduates for opening, for entrepreneurship in general. Yeah.
Thank you, Saraya. Thank you, Emna, for your explanations and contributions. I am not aware of the time, to be honest, so I don't know. Okay, we do have, okay, this is not the soundtrack for the closing, okay. Okay.
That's the eulogy for the hopes and dreams.
Very good. So if you have any further question, we do have the time for, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for all of your presentations. It was very interesting. I want to ask about your constructive ideas that you have how to prevent further brain drain. I mean, you talked about some, but maybe there are ideas that you have.
Whoa, that's
maybe it's very complex, but maybe you have a positive example of a company or something, or just concrete examples.
Sorry, again?
Do you have any examples of maybe a company who is, or an entrepreneur who is doing it different and who has good jobs in the private sector, which people like, and there would be, or if there are any like constructive ideas how to prevent further brain drain. Because you discussed the problems, but I want to know if there are solutions that you see, or companies who do it. I hope I could make it clear. I know it's complex, but maybe you have like examples.
Okay, I'll try to clarify that there are like very, how to say, modern enterprises in Tunisia, but they're generally offshore enterprises. So where you can find a good work conditions, a good salary. But those enterprises are a canal to brain drain. So generally, graduates start there, build a good experience, and depending on their experience, they go abroad. And those offshore enterprises are like an intermediate between the graduates and going abroad in another filial of the enterprise itself. Solution for brain drain, I mean, the problem is very big. It is a social problem, also an economic problem. So it would be one of the best solutions is to work on the economic side in the country, like ameliorating the economic situation of the country. It is easy to talk about it, but so hard in practice. It needs it needs like a very political, how to say? Yeah, a very good political decision, and the education system should be somehow also intervene in this and change the way of doing. So I don't know if those can be solutions. It is so general because the question is like a very big question. Yeah.
One thing that Thoraya mentioned earlier that we kind of tend to ignore, you mentioned this sort of structural adjustment programs that Tunisia underwent in the 90s. You know, like, because for 2 decades there was sort of roiling crises amongst, I guess, a lot of what we call the global south that could no longer, a pretty similar story overall. You know, they had dollar-denominated debt that they could no longer pay. Oh, thank you.
For the screening, it might be important to have the mic quiet.
But you mentioned this a little bit, Thoraya, and maybe you can give some more specific country context. But I think this is you know, for a lot of countries, you know, like you know, Iraq or Tunisia, you know, these were, you know, sophisticated, relatively sophisticated economies that were sort of built on sort of legacies of state socialism. And you know, I just kind of use Iraq as like a similar example, but you know, like when the U.S. came in and totally demolished the Ba'ath state, you know, they realized that they had really underestimated the complexity and breadth and the capability of the state economy, and Iraq has really never recovered since. And Tunisia hasn't undergone this sort of war, but I think in the 90s, when, as part of getting IMF funding, most of these countries basically had to gut their civil sectors and public sectors. So they had to sell off state industries, they had to privatize state industries, they had to slash the public sector payrolls, and I don't think, and Tunisia is not alone in this, but I don't think they've really ever recovered. So I think the development discourse since the 90s has been, well, there's no more state, so just create your own job, just entrepreneur yourself out of poverty. But saying this to countries that are sort of cut out of global capital markets, that pay an outrageous premium to borrow, like, I mean, we have one Ghanaian in the audience in the back who can probably tell us, like, the Ghanaian parliament has to pay sort of like half of its revenue on any given year servicing dollar-denominated debt. And I don't think the case in Tunisia is that dramatic, but I think it is a little bit disingenuous to sort of like push the entrepreneurial narrative into contexts where it's simply not going to happen, you know? I mean, that might sound like a little bit grim, but I don't see it, and I don't think we should also underplay that, you know, the state socialist era was not, I mean, a lot of good was produced in that time, you know.
I would just say 2 words to White. I think it can happen, and if each part and each actor in the Tunisian country took his own responsibility. We cannot just launch the majority of the responsibility on the state and just stay waiting. We have to do our responsibilities as graduates, or as simple people, citizens. As if every person or Tunisian person took his own responsibility from inside the country or outside the country, we can do it. It's not like a magic. We can see that some African countries are doing that for the time being, and they are in a situation, let's say, worse than Tunisia, and they do it because each part of the scenario, or let's say each actor of the scene is taking his own responsibility. It is not only the state or only the graduate or only the entrepreneur. If the state is taking a step into the other side, the society must let's say, push on the behind of this, and not just try to cross the path of the state, as it is already happening in Tunisia. If someone coming from outside with money from his savings, or he's trying to launch his own business, and even if the state is not supporting him, let's say, too much, the society must support him. His family must support him. His neighborhood. I think it's a question of shared responsibility, and the same reply to the question you are raising about the brain drain. In how far and could we consider that the brain drain is, let's say, deteriorating or Tunisia, or just causing the migration of skilled people from Tunisia to Europe, or to, let's say, to the North countries. If we think that the brain drain is a shared responsibility, if the state is not doing enough, in how far could the graduates themselves, or the entrepreneurs themselves, or the private sector himself be able to take his own responsibility? When we see here in Germany, from the kids until the officials, every person is taking his responsibility. In the bus, in the streets, everywhere, they are taking their own responsibility, which is not happening in Tunisia or in the other, let's say, African or developing countries. So when thinking of the brain drain, could be enough advantages bringing enough benefits to Tunisia or problems to Tunisia, it is based on the position of the person. And if I am benefiting, let's say, it's okay, I'm in Germany. That's okay. Why would I think about what is already happening in Tunisia? So here I am a passive person. I'm not taking my own responsibility. But when I have to take my own responsibility, as Nasser, as Emna, as all the Tunisian people, the brain drain could be, in a manner or another, somehow giving some good starting, for example, for people to go back, to earn skills here, to go back and to invest in Tunisia, for example, for other people, they are like, say, using their own savings to contribute in the Tunisian context with, because, for example, we will not need more than, let's say, 5,000 euro in Tunisia to open a small business. So it could be a bit a small business.
Doable with just 5,000.
Let's say 10, 20. It's 20. Yeah. We can just collect this amount of money here in Germany, for example, or in France or somewhere, and then we can open a small business in Tunisia that could employ at least 2 or, let's say, 3 persons. So here it is a person taking his responsibility. Again, I think it's a question of responsibility, and each part or each actor from his position must do what he had to do, just simply like that.
Thank you, Thoraya. Further question?
How does the situation in the universities look like? Because I can imagine that there also the situation gets tougher and tougher, and is it even still attractive to start any sort of studies for the young people when there is such a big problem with the employment problem for graduates?
It depends in which field the university is. I mean, the University of Engineering, for example, or of medicine are so good, and the training there is like with very high standard. But when it comes to other fields like social sciences or economics, politics, and so on, I mean, the training is becoming less good, I would say. Also something is changing in the education system in Tunisia is the uprise of private universities. So, which affects the level of graduates, I would say. I mean, it doesn't reflect reality 100%. So always the public sector is better for when it comes to engineering, medicine, and those fields, but in the private sector, like, it is better to do engineering in the public sector than in the private sector. And for the other field, I would say the private sector is better. So it is changing a lot. I don't know if I answered your question.
Probably there is no problem of employment in the technical field, or are there differences in unemployment? Probably there are.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course, an engineer or a medicine, he's not have the problem of unemployment, which not the case of those who did social sciences. And I think it's similar in all over the world. It's just a Tunisian thing.
So, 1%, just 1% for medicine, pharmacist, engineering, all of them, only 1%.
I mean, I never saw a medicine graduate who didn't find a job in Tunisia. No, yeah. So it depends on the field as well.
Thank you. So my question is rather for Nassim Salem, sorry, because you were talking about the rural areas and we haven't really talked about that a lot yet. I was wondering what kind of role are the graduates playing there? So you said that there was this state cultivation going on, so it's a project. Maybe you can explain it a bit more, and what does unemployment or employment mean in your example, what you've been working on?
I think the definition of unemployed graduates inside the country is the same in the greater Tunis or in the Sahel. But I think those projects of civil society are for the poor families, not for graduates. Inside the country, graduates go to the Sahel or to the greater Tunisia and looking for a job, or they choose to go in the north to Europe or to the Northern America. Yeah.
So I would say we take the very last question, if there is any, and then okay. So if there are no further questions, I thank you. Oh no, there is one. Okay, the last chance.
I'm not sure if it's a real question, but just going back to what you said about taking the personal responsibility, or I mean, kind of asking your or your generation or your mates about taking the responsibility, and I guess it means, or what you want to say, or that's, I guess the question is maybe sometimes taking the not taking the better job maybe in Europe or somewhere, but maybe taking something where you earn less but you do something for your country. Is that what you wanted to say? I guess that's a bit the question, and I find it, I mean, it's a good thing to say, but I also, like, also connecting to what you said, is also then the structure, right? Where, like, the old question of agency and structure also, of course, in the context where they're working, I mean, it's a good thing to say this, but I would say also, I perfectly understand if people don't do that. Even more so being someone from Germany with very different conditions to grow up and to work in. So maybe you can say something more about that.
Okay, if a person or a graduate won't take his responsibility, he's free, but he has not to ask the state to produce a specific job for him in the public sector. It's simple. If you won't take your own responsibility and be adapted or adapted to the conditions here, look, you are a Tunisian, you are living in Tunisia. Tunisia is facing a lot of troubles at the national and the international level, and if you don't accept, you are free, but you cannot start doing strikes and demonstration every day in the front of the ministry and asking for a job. It's simple as it is. It's okay. You are not obliged to accept a worse working condition. It's okay. It's fine. But you can see next to you people who just launched small businesses. And as Emna said, there is a lot of examples. It's not, I said at the beginning that it is very complicated for the entrepreneurship path, but people launch their own businesses in the informal sector, and unfortunately, they are working in the informal sector, they are producing and they are helping. At least they are not giving money to the state because they are working in the undeclared sector, but they are giving opportunity to people to work. They are giving the opportunity to people to consume some Tunisian foods rather than supporting the importation from outside with the euro or with the dollar. So it could be, as I'm saying, always it is based on the position. If you cannot contribute at the larger level of the structures or at the larger level of the laws, you can start with the simple basics of the structure. If you cannot just help with changing a whole structure at the state, you can just start with your own family. You can contribute starting from your own family with consuming Tunisian products rather than consuming or looking for international market. I'm not thinking that Tunisia has to be isolated, but in a certain point and within facing a dramatic financial situation, you cannot ask more for importation if you have a small land and you don't exploit it. You can see here, Germans, everything is already available in the market, but they help themselves with contributing within small productions. Some people are just the idea of garden. In Tunisia, we have a lot of lands, and it is desertified. People are leaving their lands, and we have many, let's say, not good marks, but it is acceptable marks of clothing, of food, of, I don't know, perfumes, etc. But they are looking for the importation from outside, and you are pushing the state to import with the dollars. However, the Tunisian, let's say, domestic activities are destroyed. And you can see today when tourists are coming from Europe, they are buying this domestic stuff from the Tunisian because it is handmade. So if Tunisians are not accepting to consume their own production and looking for international production, how it came to the image? We can see that even European people, or let's say touristic from different parts of the world, are consuming these products. However, Tunisians are just rejecting it and looking for international market imported with euro. So it's a kind of, I'm just saying, if you cannot contribute at the high level, you can start with the basic level, and you will be contributing to the country situation.
Also, it's about the educational system in Tunisia. We can return to the old one in 80s. Also about a real battle against corruption, against the 300 families in Tunisia, owned oil companies in Tunisia. It's about to use the empty lands inside the country. In Tunisia, we have 2 million hectares owned by the state are empty. You can use it. There is a lot of solutions in Tunisia, and we can do it.
Just a small aside there, I don't know, but just to address the structural versus agency thing, just from a very small example. I was in Abuja, Nigeria 2 months ago, and there's no shortage of livestock in Nigeria, for example, but it is cheaper in almost every urban context to buy imported chicken or pork or beef than it is to buy locally produced, because it is almost impossible for domestic producers of these goods to outcompete international conglomerates. And while it may be the case that here in Germany you find a lot of German-produced goods, we shouldn't forget that the German state supports with billions upon billions of dollars agricultural subsidies and has the benefits of the European single market. So, I mean, I get the point. I mean, it's not like a bad one or a fair one, but we should always remember that there are these much larger sort of structural issues that are sort of just as relevant as these local ones, because it's one thing to tell somebody in Germany to buy local when they know that billions of dollars of taxpayer subsidies are going in to keep prices more or less reasonable. I mean, they're less reasonable. I think we shouldn't forget.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. Always the Tunisian homemade products are way more expensive than imported products. And for the agriculture sector, I would say that the climate change is harming a lot the sector, making the production less, so the prices are higher, and that's why imported products are also cheaper than homemade products. Yeah.
House? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah.
Comparing the dinar with the euro, no.
At all, yeah.
Absolutely incomparable. No, I know. Sorry, sorry. I know that Tunisia is facing many climate problems, but I think that producing cereals and let's say using it in producing bread in Tunisia will be less expensive for sure than importing cereals from Argentina, for example.
Yes,
so
or from Ukraine or Russia.
Yeah.
Thank you for your contribution. I would like just to put it in the big frame, because I think that, for example, this is a very good example. Cereal production is one of the results of the International Monetary Fund policies, which is not a policy from the past, related to the past. I mean, it started in the 80s and it's continuing till now. So one of the conditions for loans was the reduction of subsidies, state subsidies for Tunisian products. So I do think that this central question of agency and structure is a very important one, and I think we should not just blame individuals for big structures having effects on their range of action. But I think, we came to the end. Thank you very much for your interaction, questions, remarks. Thank you, of course, first and foremost, for your contributions, and happy to have shared in this very interesting Globe Festival. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this Globe Forum, and especially to the three of you, Emna, Thuraya, and Nasser, for sharing your research findings here with us, and good luck with the rest of your PhD.
Yeah, thank you.
And we will continue our program here at Globe23 at 7 p.m. and we will hear the clock ticking. We will have a movie premiere. The English name is Against the Clock, or in German it's Doomsday Clock, wie viel Zeit bleibt der Welt? Ja, wir freuen uns sehr, wenn ihr Lust habt, da auch gleich vorbeizuschauen. Ab 7 die Filmpremiere Doomsday Clock. nochmal für einen Applaus hier auf die Bühne holen. Herzlichen Glückwunsch zur Premiere eures Films von dir und Pascal Verus, der ja leider heute nicht dabei sein kann. Wir freuen uns sehr auf all eure Gedanken zu dem Film. Und deshalb gibt es gleich hier ein Filmgespräch. Aber zunächst wollen wir euch die Möglichkeit geben, kurz die Beine zu vertreten, vielleicht auch schon mal den einen oder anderen Gedanken draußen bei einem Glas Sekt auszutauschen. Arte hat netterweise ein Glas Sekt zur Feier des Tages und als Dank an euch alle, die ihr hier seid und natürlich an dich bereitgestellt. Und ja, wir freuen uns sehr, wenn ihr dann in 20 Minuten wieder hier seid. 10? Sollen wir 10 machen? Wir machen 10.
Wir haben gesagt 10, weil wir natürlich alle Angst haben, dass wenn es 20 Minuten ist, nur
dass ihr abhaupt.
da ist.
Nee, dann sagen wir 10, finde ich gut. 10 sollten auch reichen. Sollten auch reichen, um noch kurz aufs Klo zu gehen. Und darf ich was sagen? Warte, wir können ja ein Mikro geben. Hier, natürlich. Kann das jemand anmachen?
Hallo, hallo. Und ich freue mich wahnsinnig über eure Fragen. Ich hoffe, es gibt welche. Ich bin für alle Fragen offen. Hoffe, dass ich alle Fragen beantworten kann. Hoffentlich macht der Film Fragen oder kreiert Fragen. Das ist nämlich der Grund, warum wir diesen Film gemacht haben. Alles andere ist unwesentlich, aber er soll was bewegen und ich hoffe, er hat das getan und bin sehr gespannt auf eure Reaktion. Ihr seid das erste Publikum, was wir haben. Ich habe totales Lampenfieber und freue mich deswegen wahnsinnig drauf, wenn ihr in 10 Minuten alle wieder zurück seid. Danke.
Bis gleich. Ja, das kann ich hier. Hallo. Ja, aber ist noch gut voll. Wir freuen uns über alle, die jetzt noch hier sind zum Filmgespräch. Dirk Vandenberg habt ihr ja gerade schon kurz kennengelernt. Ich möchte ihn euch trotzdem noch kurz vorstellen. Er ist Regisseur und das ist sein Film, den er gemeinsam mit Pascal Verust gemacht hat, seinem französischen Kollegen. Also es ist wirklich eine deutsch-französische Art Koproduktion. Und Pascal Verust hat gerade ein Kind bekommen und deshalb ist er heute nicht da. Also ein sehr schöner Grund, warum er heute hier nicht dabei sein kann. Ihr habt kurz davor einen anderen Film gemeinsam gemacht, 1979, Urknall der Gegenwart, ebenfalls eben von euch beiden. Und der zeigt die dramatischen Ereignisse im Jahr 1979 und warum rückblickend in dem Jahr eine neue Gegenwart entstanden ist. Und ja, wenn euch das neugierig macht, der Film ist auch sehr spannend und weil wir nämlich behaupten und das in dem Film beweisen, dass es nicht 19... Hallo? Geht da was?
Hallo, da ist es. Weil wir nämlich in dem Film behaupten, 1979, und es beweisen bis zum Ende des Films, dass nicht 89 das Jahr des Umbruchs war, was unsere Epoche definiert hat, sondern 79. Aufgrund der Leute, die da geboren, die da rausgekommen sind, die da Dinge getan haben und der Ereignisse, die da passiert sind. Also wen es interessiert, den Film gibt es noch, der läuft unter anderem bei Arte, aber er läuft auch bei uns auf den verschiedenen Webseiten, auch in Frankreich eben. Also ich darf im Namen meines leitende Überleitung meines französischen Partners Pascal sagen, er grüßt. Wirklich, seine Frau hat vor 2,5 Tagen ein Kind gekriegt. Sonst wäre er hier. Für mich ist es deswegen so wichtig, weil wir machen Filme wirklich zusammen. Nicht der eine macht das, der andere macht das. Wir machen es zusammen. Und dieses Zusammenmachen ist für mich das Schönste, seitdem wir uns kennen, seit 10 Jahren, was es überhaupt gibt. Und es ermöglicht mir zum Beispiel heute Abend hier zu sein. Ganz kurz zur Technik. Ihr habt das vielleicht gemerkt, am Anfang war das Voice-Over zwar okay, aber die Originalstimmen waren 2 Sekunden, 1,5 Sekunden, 3 Sekunden verschoben. Also technischer Fehler, falsche Abspielung. Wir haben es dann on the fly hinten korrigiert in der Regiekabine. Ungefähr ab dem Anfang des Klimawandels war es dann ganz okay, glaube ich, oder? Aber Entschuldigung dafür, das darf natürlich nicht passieren. Ich hoffe, es hat nicht allzu sehr geschadet.
Ja, vielen Dank noch für die Erklärung auf jeden Fall. Aber ich denke, der Film ist trotzdem gut angekommen, auch der Anfang. Ich darf euch außerdem noch die Person hier zu meiner Linken vorstellen. Das ist Karen Hammann. Sie ist Sozialpsychologin hier an der Universität Leipzig mit dem Fokus Klimaschutz. Karen arbeitet an dem EU-finanzierten Projekt Energy Citizenship and Energy Communities for Clean Energy Transition. Sie ist außerdem Gründungsmitglied von Wandelwerk e.V., ein Verein, der versucht, die Erkenntnisse der Psychologie zum Umweltschutz in die Praxis zu tragen. Ja, schön, dass du auch hier heute da bist. Also wir haben hier eine Kooperation von Kunst, Kultur und Wissenschaft hier beim Globe23 und ich glaube, es wird ein spannender Austausch und uns ist ganz wichtig, dass auch ihr nicht zu kurz kommt. Ich werde mehrfach zwischendurch immer fragen, auch ob es Fragen im Publikum gibt an die beiden und ja, also eure Fragen sollen auch gehört werden. Da ist schon eine, ich würde gleich mit den Fragen beginnen, wenn es okay ist, aber es ist notiert schon mal da hinten. Dirk, ihr habt einen Film gemacht über das Bulletin. Als ich das gelesen habe, habe ich gedacht, oh, das ist eine ganz schöne Herausforderung, so ein Bulletin filmisch darzustellen. War es das für euch auch und wie seid ihr da vorgegangen?
Gute Frage. Wir haben uns mit diesen seltsamen Grafiken geholfen, was das Bulletin selber angeht, denn das Bulletin ist eigentlich filmisch extrem unsexy. Ich meine, 2 gedruckte Seiten und heute irgendwie Hochglanzmagazin. Was hat das mit filmischer Darstellung zu tun? Es geht um die Inhalte. Was uns interessiert hat und was uns wirklich angemacht hat, und ich wurde jetzt gerade gefragt in der Pause, beziehungsweise wurde gerade eine interessante Sache gesagt, die bemerkt worden ist von ein paar Zuschauern. Was uns angemacht hat, ist, dass das Bulletin im Unterschied zu den allermeisten anderen Institutionen diese 3 großen Probleme, und das sind ja nicht nur 3, es kommen ja noch andere Probleme dazu, ne? Also nukleare Waffen, Klimawandel, digitale Desinformation, Demokratieverlust und, in ihrer Simultaneität betrachtet, in ihrer Gleichzeitigkeit. Die Tendenz heutzutage ist, alles immer ganz fein aufzuarbeiten und Spezialisten ranzusetzen, die die eine Schublade bearbeiten, die nächste Schublade beachten, die nächste und so weiter. Und die sprechen miteinander gar nicht. Und hier geht es darum, dass diese Probleme sich gegenseitig verstärken und bestärken. Man denke nur an den 6. Januar 2021, an das, was im Kapitol passiert ist. Das ist im Kapitol der Vereinigten Staaten in Washington, das ist ein Phänomen, das hätte nur passieren können, eben unter bestimmten Umständen, wenn verschiedene Sachen zusammengekommen sind. Der Bulletin macht das seit 1945 und das war das, was uns interessiert hat am Bulletin, dass sie die einzige Institution sind, die sich auf den Zettel geschrieben haben, diese verschiedenen Dinge in ihrer Simultanität zu betrachten. Dann kam die kritische Phase, wo wir dann uns auch gesagt haben, die haben 1978 den ersten doppelseitigen Artikel veröffentlicht, Do Humans Warm the Earth? Und haben das dann in dem Artikel selber, also erwärmt der Mensch die Welt? Und der Artikel beantwortet die Frage mit einem eindeutigen Ja. Wir sprechen von 78 und dann haben die gebraucht bis 2007, um das einzubeziehen in die Stellung der Doomsday Clock, also der Weltuntergangsuhr. Wie kann es sein, dass das so lange gedauert hat? Und haben dann natürlich herausgefunden, der Markenname, die Bedeutungslosigkeit, in die das Ganze hätte gehen können, in dem Moment, wo sie aufgegeben hätten, nicht mehr nur über nukleare Waffen zu sprechen, etc. etc. Und wir haben versucht, all das so ein klein wenig anklingen zu lassen, weil in 90 Minuten kann man nur so viel erzählen, man kann ja nicht alles erzählen. Aber es ist eine wahnsinnig spannende Geschichte und die sind immer noch wahnsinnig spannend. Wer übrigens interessiert ist, ich weiß nicht, ob ich später noch Zeit habe, das zu sagen, jedes Jahr um den 23., 24. Januar herum gibt es eine Live-Schalte vom Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, Webseite ganz einfach, thebulletin, ein Wort, .org. Und jedes Jahr am 23. und 24. Januar stellt das Bulletin die Atomkriegsuhr neu. Dieses Jahr stand sie auf 90 Sekunden. Wir wissen tatsächlich nicht, wo sie nächstes Jahr stehen wird. Aber es wird wieder spannend werden am 23. und 24. Januar. Wer Zeit hat, guckt drauf.
Das ist ein guter Hinweis für alle Interessierten hier. Was war denn für euch das Überraschendste, oder jetzt, du kannst natürlich auch nur aus deiner Perspektive sprechen, aber was war für dich das Überraschendste beim Dreh? Gab es vielleicht eine Person, die dich total beeindruckt oder eine Aussage, die dich so überrascht hat, mit der du nicht gerechnet hättest?
Eine Person, die in dem Film leider sehr kurz nur kommt, ich weiß nicht, wer sich erinnert, es gibt ganz in der Mitte des Films, wenn der Klimawandel anfängt, da gibt es die Geschichte von Beate Liepert, die in dem Film in Englisch spricht, die aber eigentlich aus Deutschland kommt. Und die Person hat mich insofern überrascht, Beate hat mit dem Global Dimming, also mit der globalen Verdunkelung, ein Phänomen entdeckt, das für die Klimaforschung in jeglicher Hinsicht bahnbrechend war. Man hat versucht, ihr diese Forschung wegzunehmen. Man hat versucht, diese Forschung zu unterdrücken. Man hat versucht, sie, junges Mädchen mit Plateauschuhen in München, mit enger Jeans, lustigem Hemd etc., in dieser Männerwelt, sie, heute würde man sagen, zu canceln. Das gab es damals noch nicht. Und Beate hat uns das erzählt, immer wieder und immer wieder. Und wir haben gemerkt, wir haben mit ihr, glaube ich, 4 Interviews gemacht. Warum haben wir mit ihr 4 Interviews gemacht? Wir haben gemerkt, Beate hat es nicht übers Herz gekriegt, diese Geschichte, nicht nur ihre Entdeckung, sondern auch, wie ihre Entdeckung ihr wieder weggenommen wurde und wie sie versucht wurde, verneint zu werden. Das, was sie in dem Film andeutet, wenn sie sagt, ich habe versucht, diese Entdeckung in allen möglichen Journals zu veröffentlichen etc., aber keiner hat darauf reagiert, weil wissenschaftlich okay, politisch viel zu brisant. Sie sagt es sehr fein und sehr galant. Was sie eigentlich sagen möchte, sind noch ganz andere Dinge. Und wir haben sie 4-mal interviewt und sie hat es 4-mal nicht übers Herz gebracht, das zu erzählen. Und wir haben es dann irgendwann aufgehört, weil man kann dann auch seinen Protagonisten anfangen zu quälen und das sollte nicht der Fall sein. über sie müsste man eigentlich einen extra Film machen, aber Beate war die Person, die mich in der ganzen Arbeit am meisten beeindruckt hat, weil sie fast dran zerbrochen ist an dieser Entdeckung. Und sie hat wortwörtlich in den USA mit deutscher Arbeitslosenhilfe damals noch 6, 7, 8 Monate überlebt und wurde dann von ihrem einzigen Freund in Deutschland, dem damaligen neuen Direktor des Max-Planck-Instituts, wieder zurückgeholt und hat dann einen Wissenschaftsauftrag gekriegt, der sie sozusagen wirklich vor der Armut gerettet hat, weil kein Mensch gab ihr mehr Geld und kein eine unglaubliche Geschichte. Ist vielleicht nicht die Antwort, die du dir erwartet hast jetzt.
Doch, ich finde das sehr spannend, weil sie kommt ja im Film kurz vor, wie du sagst, auch nur kurz. Ich glaube, das ist für alle eine Bereicherung, über die Hintergründe zu erfahren und was ihre eigentliche Geschichte ist. Karen, was sind denn deine Gedanken zum Film? Du hast ihn jetzt zum zweiten Mal gesehen, einmal zur Vorbereitung, jetzt noch heute Abend hier gemeinsam mit anderen Menschen. Was geht dir durch den Kopf?
Ich schau mal, das funktioniert schon, super. Mir geht ganz schön viel durch den Kopf. Also ich fühle mich auf der einen Seite sehr glücklich, auch eine derjenigen zu sein, die den jetzt schon zweimal gesehen hat, weil auch das zweite Mal das Sehen, also wenn man den Film sieht, kommen noch andere Fragen auf. Ich war sehr beeindruckt von den Personen und halt also ich hatte sehr stark das Gefühl, als wäre das ein Film, der auch für Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen gemacht ist zum Großteil, weil die Menschen, die wir sehen, genau, mit denen können wir uns verbinden. Das sind Leute, die auch die Kritik am Wissenschaftssystem hier und dort aufzeigen, wie du es gerade genannt hast, die manche von uns eventuell auch erleben, aber auch diese Fragen stellen, was ist denn nun eigentlich die Rolle der Wissenschaft genau in diesen Krisen? Genau, also sehr viele Fragen, die bei mir aufgeworfen sind, auf jeden Fall. Gleichzeitig habe ich mich als Bürgerin, vielleicht in der Rolle, oder ja, einfach als Zuschauerin auch zum Teil definitiv hier und dort überfordert gefühlt, natürlich von den multiplen Krisen. Also das ist, glaube ich, was total schön war, jetzt gerade von dir zu hören, dass das der Grund war, auch dieses Bulletin auszuwählen, dass sie halt diese Gleichzeitigkeit betrachten. Und als Sozialpsychologin, wo ich mich mit der Motivation von Menschen beschäftige, ist natürlich aber auch die Konfrontation mit multiplen Krisen noch mal heikler, um Motivation aufzubauen, und wirft aber vielleicht deswegen gerade auch noch neue Fragen auf, was die Motivation angeht. Deswegen finde ich das auch ziemlich spannend. Genau, und insgesamt trage ich, glaube ich, immer noch auch die Frage in mir, was ihr euch gewünscht habt, was es genau in den Menschen bewegt, weil das ist letzten Endes so, die Wissenschaft, aus der ich komme, die Sozialpsychologie, beschäftigt sich vor allem damit, wie das Denken, Fühlen und Handeln von Menschen ist in sozialen Situationen, zum Beispiel kollektiven Krisen auch. Genau, und hat da haben wir, was den Klimawandel angeht, aber auch andere Krisen, so erste Erkenntnisse, die, glaube ich, wichtig sind und wo ich es auch sehr schön fand, dass in dem Bulletin selbst angesprochen wurde, dieser Wandel, zumindest langsam ist es so, fand ich so augenscheinlicher geworden, okay, wir müssen über die Informationsvermittlung drüber hinausgehen. Genau, aber dann bleibt halt die Frage offen, was ist da? Und da dachte ich dann, also in den letzten 5 Minuten des Films wurden dann so ein paar Lösungsvorschläge genannt, wo ich gerne auch noch darauf eingehen kann, wie sinnvoll zum Beispiel Visionen oder Hoffnung überhaupt ist in der Klimakrise. Ja, aber trotzdem immer noch die Frage mit mir trage, und das wäre auch interessant vom Publikum zu hören, was so bei euch hängen geblieben ist und was das mit euch macht. Das ist so mein großes Interesse auch als Psychologin.
Ja, du hast gerade viele spannende Punkte angesprochen, auf die wir auf jeden Fall auch gleich noch genauer eingehen sollten. Ich möchte einmal dir kurz die Möglichkeit zu geben, zu antworten. Was war dein Wunsch, was du erreichen wolltest?
Weiß ich gar nicht, wo ich anfangen soll. Die Liste ist so lang. Der Hauptwunsch, alles hat mit allem was zu tun. Das ist sehr schwer zu vermitteln. Aber das ist das Wichtigste in unserer heutigen Zeit. Das war immer schon so. Es wird heute, Gott sei Dank, dadurch, dass wir durchs Internet und durch viele, viele Dinge sehr viel vernetzter sind, wird es sehr viel mehr Menschen immer deutlicher. Es ist aber auch so, dass sich diese sehr viel mehr Menschen, die werden immer jünger, weil die älteren Generationen entfernen sich immer mehr davon. Es gibt nur wenige Leute eines bestimmten Alters, die das so zum Beispiel im Internet noch mitbekommen, auch aufgrund des linearen Fernsehens zum Beispiel, was immer noch linear ist. Ne? Also zurück zum Wunsch. Die Mission des Bulletin, als die sich gegründet haben, war, ihre Kollegen zu informieren, war die Geheimhaltung zu übergehen und endlich aus der Geheimhaltung rauszukommen und die Öffentlichkeit zu informieren von Dingen, über die sie vielleicht noch nicht mal Fragen stellen können und die eventuell aber extrem wichtig sein können für ihr Leben oder zumindest für die Entscheidung, wen sie das nächste Mal wählen gehen. Und da geht es nicht um Parteien, sondern da geht es um, wer will das Beste für diese Welt, in der ich lebe.
Und ging es euch auch darum, um die Informationsvermittlung primär?
Uns geht es um die Informationsvermittlung, um die Tatsache, dass da was ist, was thebulletin.org heißt, dass es um dieses Bulletin herum eine Unmenge von Wissenschaftlern gibt, die sich ständig, sorry for my French, fetzen, die sich ständig diskutieren, die ständig andere Standpunkte haben und die austragen gegeneinander, dass es, wie die Naomi Oreskes sagt, eben nicht 100% wissenschaftliche Einheit gibt, dass das ein völliger Quatsch ist, sowas überhaupt behaupten zu wollen. Uns geht es darum, den Menschen diese Dinge in die Hand zu geben und sie so neugierig auf diese Sachen zu machen, dass sie selbst recherchieren danach, dass sie selbst sich angucken, wer ist denn Naomi Oreskes, wer ist denn Fredi Otto, wer ist denn und so weiter und was machen die denn? Das ist unser Anliegen. Wenn wir das hinkriegen mit dem Film, dann ist unsere Aufgabe erfüllt. Das ist das, was wir machen wollen. Das ist was ist der Grund, der uns anspornt und das ist auch der einzige Grund, kleiner Einwurf, warum wir das fürs Fernsehen machen. Es gibt viele Leute, die machen solche Filme fürs Kino. Da gehen dann 5000 Leute hin, gucken sich das an. Wenn man wahnsinnig viel Glück hat, sind es 6000 und dann ist das Ding weg. Wir machen es fürs Fernsehen, weil wir versuchen wollen, wirklich diese Fragen an möglichst viele Leute zu stellen. Das ist der einzige Grund, warum wir es fürs Fernsehen machen. Weil es ist immer noch durch die Mediatheken mittlerweile etc. das Medium, was diese Themen so weit wie möglich nach außen trägt. Und wir versuchen uns mit unseren Meinungen, unseren eigenen Standpunkten so viel wie möglich rauszunehmen. Das Einzige, was wir tun, ist, wir entwickeln eine Dramaturgie. Wir entwickeln eine Dramaturgie, wie wir die Dinge darstellen. Ich glaube, das kommt hier insofern ganz gut raus, als man ja immer eine ganz gute Unterscheidung hat zwischen dem, was die Leute sagen und dem, was der Sprecher, also Axel Mielberg, was er sagt, das ist ja unsere Stimme. Und es geht eher so ums, wie stellen wir das dar und in welcher Art und Weise erzählen wir die ganze Sache. Das ist so ein, ich könnte 5 Minuten weiterreden, aber die Zeit haben wir wahrscheinlich nicht. Außerdem müssen die jetzt was fragen.
Genau, aber nochmal der Hinweis, also hatte ich vorher auch schon gesagt, aber ab dem 21. November gibt es den Film dann auch in der Mediathek nochmal zum Nachschauen und zum Teilen. Jetzt möchte ich...
Können wir kurz zwei Sachen, weil
ja.
wir haben Teile des Teams im Saal und auch einen Protagonisten. Der Arno Böhmann, den ihr am Ende des Films seht, in dem Militärteil, ist hier, ist extra aus... Wo bist du hergekommen? Aus Berlin, richtig? Aus Berlin. Da ist Arno. Arno Böhmann, hallo.
Genau, wenn es konkrete Fragen an ihn gibt, wir haben ihn schon vorgewarnt, er wird sie netterweise auf jeden Fall beantworten.
Genau. Und dann haben wir Sven Klöpper hier, den Kameramann des Films. Sven hat uns über 3 Kontinente begleitet. Ist wunderbar Drohne geflogen, ist herrlich Drohne geflogen, ist der beste Drohnenflieger, den ich kenne. Und Olivia Furtwängler, zweite Kamera, ist ebenfalls da. Ich hätte am liebsten mein ganzes Team hier. Warum man Leute vorstellt bei solchen Events, ist ganz einfach, weil sehr viele von diesen Menschen haben, das Team sowieso, monatelang und teilweise jahrelang an so einem Film mitgearbeitet, so wie wir das gemacht haben. Dieser Film hat 2,5 Jahre meines Lebens gedauert, bis wir den erdacht haben, finanziert haben, produziert haben, geschnitten haben, etc. Das ist eine lange Zeit, 2,5 Jahre. Also, okay, aber jetzt Schluss, Ende.
Vielen Dank. Nee, ich finde es auch sehr wichtig, das Team wertzuschätzen, auf jeden Fall. Cool, dass ihr hier seid. Meine Frage an euch wäre, was hat der Film mit euch gemacht? Wir haben später auch noch Zeit für weitere Fachfragen und inhaltliche Fragen. Vielleicht möchte sich aber jemand konkret äußern. Was hat der Film in euch bewegt? Hat er euch zum Nachdenken angeregt? Seid ihr überfordert? Wie geht es euch gerade? Ja, dann einmal da hinten und dann hier vorne. Genau, der Herr da hinten war zunächst.
Also, ich fand den Film unheimlich faszinierend. Ein unheimlicher Spannungsbogen vom Anfang von Hiroshima, von der Atombombe hin zum Klimawandel bzw. zum Klimakatastrophe. Also echt faszinierend und ich habe noch nie so einen Film gesehen, der diese Intensität hat und auch den Spannungsbogen hat. Was für mich jetzt als Frage für die Zukunft ist, auch die Frage an das Team, wie kommen wir aus der Klimakatastrophe raus? Wie können wir da eine Lösung finden?
Ja. Vielen Dank für die Frage. Karen, möchtest du vielleicht direkt, oder wir nehmen erst noch mal kurz hier die Dame hier vorne dran und dann. Nee, machen Sie ruhig, ist okay.
Also, wir können ruhig darauf eingehen, was jetzt mein Vorsprecher frage.
Okay, dann gehen wir kurz, ja, ist auch in Ordnung.
Ansonsten, ich kann es kurz machen. Also ja, super Film. Es gibt relativ zum Schluss eine ganz kurze Sequenz. Da geht es darum, dass wir miteinander arbeiten und nicht als Konkurrenz. Vielleicht ist es sogar die Antwort. Und für Sie ganz klare Botschaft, Achtsamkeit im Leben hilft.
Wie meinen Sie das?
Achtsamkeit leben ist eine Art Meditationsform. Zum Beispiel eins nach dem anderen machen, in der Situation bleiben, in der jeweiligen Situation bleiben und damit auch für sich selbst eine Handlungsvollmacht zu haben.
Vielen Dank für die beiden Anmerkungen. Genau, ich würde jetzt gern Karen zu Wort kommen lassen. Du bist Sozialpsychologin, du schaust gerade auch darauf, was braucht es, damit Menschen ins Handeln kommen. Und eine Frage war ja, wie kommen wir aus der Klimakrise raus? Und die andere war ein Vorschlag, auf jeden Fall Achtsamkeit ist eine wichtige Methode, um mit den Krisen umgehen zu können. So hatte ich sie jetzt verstanden. Was sagst du aus deiner Forschung?
Genau, also ich sehe mich jetzt nicht in der Rolle, hier die großen Lösungen vorzubereiten, aber diese Reaktion anzuerkennen, weil ich genau dieselbe hatte oder auch immer wieder habe. Die große Frage nach den Lösungen und auch in der Kommunikation mit den Medien, mit denen wir uns auseinandersetzen. Welche Inhalte sind es eigentlich, die uns diese Lösungen zeigen und die uns auch Motivation dafür schaffen? Also es ist in Achtsamkeit wäre vielleicht eine Methode, mit der man sich Lösungen auch nähern könnte. Da ist es aus der wissenschaftlichen Perspektive zur Achtsamkeitsforschung und klimaschützendem Verhalten so, dass es insbesondere, wenn es so um den privaten Umweltschutz geht, sich nicht ganz so einfach darstellt. Also es gibt Achtsamkeitsfacetten, wie zum Beispiel liebende Güte, also auch sich anderen Menschen gegenüber achtsam zu zeigen und die, wie soll ich sagen, sie eigentlich in das eigene Selbstkonzept auch irgendwie einbeziehen. Das ist eine Art und Weise, die Leute wirklich motiviert, sich auch für Klimaschutz einsetzen zu können. Es gibt aber auch Achtsamkeitsfacetten wie wirklich selbst im Moment bleiben und bei sich bleiben, die diesen Zusammenhang nicht unbedingt zeigen. Also da ist es, glaube ich, auch wichtig, dass wir nicht alles über einen Kamm scheren können und auch bei solchen Praxen. Den Punkt, den Sie jedoch davor gemacht haben, dieses Wir, das ist auf jeden Fall was sehr Entscheidendes, weil das war etwas, was ich auch noch sagen wollte. Am Ende fiel ja auch noch das Wort Hoffnung. Und Hoffnung ist ja häufig auch mit den Fragen nach Lösungen verbunden. Und der aktuelle Stand der Forschung zum Thema Hoffnung ist, dass Hoffnung allein uns nicht ins Handeln bringt. Es braucht gemeinsame Wirksamkeit. Es braucht eine Gruppe, mit der wir das Gefühl haben, auch wirklich etwas bewirken zu können. Und das hätte ich jetzt in dem Film nochmal sehr spannend gefunden, zum Beispiel die Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen in einem Raum sogar zu sehen. War wahrscheinlich gar nicht so, also wäre nicht möglich gewesen, weil es waren die unterschiedlichsten Orte. Aber dieses Gefühl von, okay, da ist eine ganze Gruppe, die sich dafür einsetzt. Oder wenn wir zum Beispiel Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen sind, denen wir uns anschließen könnten. Oder auch andere Gruppen zu zeigen, die für uns nahbar sind und die auch irgendwo schon widerspiegeln, was wir vielleicht schon in uns tragen, ob das jetzt Zugehörigkeit zu einer lokalen Region ist, meine Nachbarschaft beispielsweise, oder dass ich ein Elternteil bin. Also da auf Gruppen quasi aufzubauen, die schon existieren. Und die Gruppe ist da äußerst essentiell und Wirksamkeit in der Gruppe zu gewinnen. Das ist auch sogar die erste Reaktion, wenn Menschen mit, und das würde ich sagen, macht der Film ziemlich häufig, mit ihrem eigenen Tod konfrontiert werden. Da reden wir in der Sozialpsychologie von so Mortalitätssalienz. Also wir setzen uns damit auseinander, dass wir selbst endlich sind. Das führt in vielen Fällen dazu, dass Leute nach Gruppen suchen, die irgendwo uns die Kontrolle zurückgeben können, die uns handlungsfähig machen können wieder. Das kann auf der einen Seite dazu führen, dass wir uns umschauen nach diesen Wissenschaftsgruppen zum Beispiel oder auch nach anderen klimabezogenen Gruppen, nach Gruppen, die sich gegen nukleare Aufrüstung stellen. Es kann aber auch dazu führen, dass wir uns Gruppen anschließen und die agentisch wahrnehmen, die genau das leugnen. Also es kann in verschiedenste Richtungen gehen. Deswegen kann es auch negative Effekte haben, wenn wir Menschen sehr viel mit der Gefahr des Klimawandels und anderen Gefahren konfrontieren, weil es sie eventuell auf Gruppen zurückfallen lässt, die nicht global sind und die diese Probleme dann wiederum auch nicht als global anerkennen. Also ja. So.
Kann es sein, dass dadurch, dass wir über die Klimakrise sprechen, dass Menschen so sehr Angst bekommen, dass sie dann eher in Gruppen sich anschließen, die also einfach aus der Angst heraus, weil sie sich der Angst nicht stellen wollen, dass sie sich vielleicht eher einer Gruppe anschließen, die sich dagegen aussprechen oder den Klimawandel leugnen? Meinst du das auch?
Genau, also es geht auch darum, dass Angst unterschiedliche Reaktionen hervorbringen kann, je nachdem, ob wir halt diese Gruppe haben, mit der wir uns wirksam fühlen können. Wenn wir das Gefühl haben, dass es eine Gruppe nicht gibt, mit der wir jetzt die Probleme angehen können, dann neigen wir dazu, diese Probleme zu verleugnen, weil wir als Individuum auch nichts dagegen machen können. Wenn wir auf der anderen Seite das Gefühl haben, okay, da ist eine Gruppe und ich bin irgendwie auch wirksam innerhalb der Gruppe, dann kann Angst aber auch sehr motivierend sein. Also das ist auch ganz spannend in der Kommunikation und in der Wahrnehmung von solchen Filmen, dass sie gerade für Leute, je nachdem wie viel Wirksamkeit sie schon mitbringen, können die ganz unterschiedlich wirken, weil Angst manchmal motivierend sein kann, aber manchmal auch genau das Gegenteil auslösen kann.
Vielen Dank. Dirk,
Angst ist ein Wort, was mir jetzt überhaupt nicht eingefallen wäre. Ganz ehrlich.
Als Reaktion auch auf deinen Film?
Überhaupt nicht, im Gegenteil. Im Grunde genommen, es gibt die Nita Crawford hier in dem Film. Das ist die Dame mit diesen wahnsinnigen Locken, die in diesem Sitz sitzt mit dem Talar in Oxford. Nita Crawford, die Militärexpertin. Nita erzählt diese unglaubliche Geschichte, dass das amerikanische Militär seit den 50er Jahren ohne eine einzige Sekunde zu zögern die Daten des Klimawandels sich genommen hat, gesagt hat, aha, da passiert was. Gibt es das wirklich? Ja, das gibt es wirklich. Oh, das könnte sein, dass uns dadurch die Russen im Zweifelsfall mit ihren U-Booten vor New York erscheinen, weil wir die gar nicht bemerken, weil da oben schmilzt das Eis, etc. etc. Arnaud kann im Zweifelsfall andere Sachen noch Details dazugeben. Das heißt, die haben kurz recherchiert, ein paar Jahre recherchiert, haben auch nicht im entferntesten einen Moment gedacht, könnte sein, dass es nicht menschgemacht ist. Nein, sie haben gesagt, es ist so und wir müssen darauf reagieren. Haben Johnson 65 gebrieft und Johnson hat sich briefen lassen, hat das Ganze, wie sie so schön sagt, he understood it very well und hat danach beschlossen, wir müssen aber dürfen die amerikanische Industrie nicht zerstören. Wir müssen die amerikanische Erdölindustrie weiter Gewinne machen lassen. Also, was heißt das? The American military can do what it does, aber wir dürfen den Leuten nicht sagen, warum das so ist. So. Das ist der Hauptgrund, warum ich an Angst nicht glaube. Man muss die Sachen wissen, man muss sie erfahren, man muss den Leuten im Zweifelsfall, die Hose runterziehen und sagen, ihr wusstet das doch ganz. Und hier ist der Beweis dafür, dass ihr das Ganze wusstet, und zwar seit 40 Jahren. Also tut nicht so, als gäbe es, dadurch, dass im Zweifelsfall von 100 Wissenschaftlern, die ihr euch zusammensucht, 2, das, was die Naomi so wunderbar sagt, wenn es 2 Wissenschaftler gibt, dann holen sich die Talkshows genau diese 2 Leute rein, damit die Diskussion interessanter ist. Das hat nichts mit Akkuratesse zu tun und nichts mit der Situation, sondern damit, dass im Zweifelsfall die Show lebendiger wird. Kann ich vom Showmanship absolut verstehen, hat mit Wissenschaft, mit Erkenntnis und mit all dem nichts zu tun. Ich verstehe, dass Leute Angst haben vor der Klimakrise. Auch wenn unsere Wissenschaftler ja alle sagen, das Problem an der Klimakrise ist, sie passiert ja in unseren Gefilden überhaupt noch fast gar nicht. Sie passiert ja erst in 1, 2, 3, 4 Generationen. Was ja genau das Problem ist, warum viele Leute sie gar nicht anerkennen wollen, weil es ist ja so schön, wenn es oberhalb der Alpen im Zweifelsfall, wenn der Sommer so lang ist, dass er jetzt bis in den Oktober geht. Ich meine, wir hatten gestern, glaube ich, 19 Grad in Berlin oder sowas. Unglaublich. Unglaublich. Aber es geht eben darum, diese Sachen aufzuzeigen. Es geht darum, dass diese Sachen seit vielen, vielen Jahren brach liegen, dass diese Sachen seit vielen, vielen Jahren von Wissenschaftlern erforscht werden und die Wissenschaftler sich auch da selbst, du hast es ja auch eben erwähnt, an den eigenen Karren im Grunde genommen mal kurz, beziehungsweise sich selbst kritisieren müssen, was die Friederike Otto, Kiel geboren, mittlerweile Leiterin des großen Instituts Grantham Institute in London, die sagt, Wissenschaftler haben jahrelang, jahrzehntelang geglaubt, sie müssten nur Reports schreiben und die irgendwelchen Politikern schicken und dann machen diese Politiker schon das Richtige. Nee, machen sie nicht. Machen sie nicht. Und wir wissen mittlerweile, dass es seit Jahrzehnten der Fall ist. Und genau diese Schnittstelle zwischen Politik und Wissenschaft, das ist das, was das Bulletin sich zur Aufgabe gemacht hat.
Vielleicht willst du auch was dazu sagen, was aus deiner Sicht, darauf reagieren, aber auch was aus deiner Sicht die Aufgabe von Wissenschaft in dem Fall wäre.
Ich würde erstmal reagieren. Ja. Und zwar ist das auch etwas, was für mich den Film sehr das ist, glaube ich, die motivierende Kraft dahinter. Und ihr sprecht es auch einmal an, da redet ihr vom Zorn. Und genau diese Wut oder der Zorn, den man spürt, auch gegenüber jetzt Regierungen zum Beispiel, gegenüber Unternehmen, das ist etwas, das sehr sinnvoll sein kann für aktivistisches Umweltverhalten. Das ist jetzt der wissenschaftliche Beitrag wieder. Das wird die Leute nicht dazu führen, dass sie sich jetzt ein Elektroauto kaufen oder ganz auf ihr Auto verzichten, aber es könnte Leute auf die Straße bewegen oder machen, dass sie Politikern und Politikerinnen schreiben. Genau, und deswegen, das ist etwas, was ihr irgendwie sehr stark angesprochen habt und was glaube ich, wichtig ist, auch immer wieder zu betonen, dass einen das wütend und zornig macht, weil auch aus der bisherigen Forschung sich zeigt, wenn wir mehr darüber sprechen, dann ist das so eine Legitimation, sich auch wütend zu fühlen, weil Wut eigentlich ein Gefühl ist, was wir gar nicht so gerne zugeben, dass wir es so stark haben. Das heißt,
kann sehr konstruktiv sein. Genau. Kann sehr konstruktiv sein, wenn es so benutzt wird dann hinterher.
Genau, und deswegen ist es, also das ist halt eine aktivierende negative Emotion in dem Sinne. Ja, genau, das wollte ich nochmal betonen, dass das
und um auf die Aufgabe der Wissenschaft zurückzukommen, was du auch ganz am Anfang angesprochen hattest und auch das Vertrauen in die Wissenschaft, was muss da aus deiner Sicht passieren?
Genau, also ich glaube, da darf man dann nicht nur die Wissenschaft als solche betrachten, sondern auf jeden Fall auch das, was ihr sehr stark macht mit Journalismus, also einer der eigentlich der Outlets von Wissenschaft auch häufig. Wie kommt Wissenschaft in die Allgemeinbevölkerung? Da sind wir häufig bei Artikeln, da führen wir häufig Interviews und sowas. Und da wirklich zu schauen, dass Unsicherheit richtig kommuniziert wird. Und zwar auf die Arten und Weisen, wie viel Prozent der Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen sich jetzt auf zum Beispiel die eine oder andere These geeinigt haben und nicht zu schauen, dass man das jetzt so 50-50 aufteilt. Das ist, finde ich, ein ganz, ganz wichtiger Punkt, zu dem wir vielleicht auch immer mehr kommen und eine starke Kritik an Medien, wie sie heutzutage existieren, weil das auch, also spannenderweise, wenn wir als Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen über Unsicherheit sprechen, dann ist es gar nicht schlimm, wenn wir sagen, da gibt es irgendwie, wie sagt man, da gibt es auch immer mal Messfehler. Da gibt es gewisse Unsicherheiten, die dem statistischen Prozess unterliegen zum Beispiel. Das zeigt aktuelle Forschung, dass das überhaupt nicht schlimm ist, wenn wir als Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen darüber sprechen, weil das auch von anscheinend Laien als Teil des wissenschaftlichen Prozesses angesehen wird. Wenn jedoch Unsicherheit im Konsens der Wissenschaftscommunity angesprochen wird, dann ist das etwas, was Leute wirklich verunsichern kann und dazu führen kann, dass sie halt in ihrer Meinung nicht mehr ganz so gefestigt sind. Und das ist auch was sehr Sinnvolles, weil wenn kein wissenschaftlicher Konsens existiert, dann sollten wir ja auch nicht gleich einer Meinung verfallen, aber wenn dieser nun mal sehr stark ist, wäre das auch sehr sinnvoll, den zu können.
Bevor du was sagst, Dirk, ich möchte kurz fragen, ob es im Publikum, weil es gab zwischendurch schon Handmeldungen und wir haben dem Publikum versprochen, dass sie ganz viel zu Wort kommen. Deshalb, ich möchte das Versprechen gerne einhalten. Hier vorne wurde sich nämlich schon länger gemeldet und ich glaube, da hinten auch.
Ja, ich scharre jetzt etwas nervös mit den Füßen, weil ich ein Teil von dieser Wissenschaftscommunity bin. Ich bin auch im Westen von Deutschland aufgewachsen, direkt neben dem Wuppertal-Institut und mit Leuten, die halt dann aus der Wissenschaft auch in die Politik gegangen sind, um halt in den 50er und 60er Jahren in Deutschland schon Klimaschutz umzusetzen. Und es hat halt eben halt seit Anfang des 20. Jahrhunderts eine sehr, sehr starke Umweltschutzbewegung in Deutschland gegeben. Und für mich ist einer der Teile, die ich halt hier auch in der Forschung halt probiere umzusetzen, genau dieser Aspekt, den ich auch sehr, sehr schön fand, halt genau zu sein. Es geht nicht darum, ausgewogen zu sein, sondern das Wichtige an Wissenschaft ist, genau zu sein, genau zuzuhören, was der andere sagt und dann in einen Diskurs zu treten. Und an der Stelle, wo man sehr, sehr genau schaut und in diesen Diskurs tritt, dann entsteht auch was. Und das sieht dann halt je nachdem sehr ungeordnet aus, aber genau diese Unordnung macht Forschung aus. Wenn wir uns alle einig sind, dann können wir uns auch nicht bewegen, weil nur die Unruhe, die braucht es halt. Und es ist eines der wichtigen Dinge auch in der Lehre und in der Kommunikation von Wissenschaft, dass man, glaube ich, das auch stärker in die Gesellschaft trägt. Dass es halt eben nicht so sehr ist, dass wir eine Meinung haben und alle einer Meinung sind, sondern dass wir in einem gemeinsamen Diskurs sind und dass wir auch miteinander reden können. Das ist das eine. Jetzt möchte ich nochmal zu der Klimabewegung zurückkommen. Das ist auch ein bisschen angesprochen worden. Eines der großen Probleme in den 50er und 60er Jahren war halt eben, dass die Modelle vorhergesagt haben, dass die Temperatur ansteigen sollte und das tat sie nicht. Und es hat 15 oder 20 Jahre gegeben, wo wir nicht wussten, warum. Und das ist ein Riesenproblem für die Wissenschaft, weil wenn wir meinen, dass die Temperatur ansteigen muss und wir sind sogar Aktivisten und die tut das nicht und wir wissen nicht, warum, dann macht das natürlich was. Und wenn dann halt eben noch wie in den 70, also wie Ende der 60er und in den 70er Jahren halt eine völlig andere Krise dazukommt, nämlich Krieg und Atombewaffnung, dann verschiebt sich auch der Diskurs natürlich. Und wir haben das ja hier gesehen. Es gibt nie ein Problem. Und wenn der öffentliche Diskurs woanders hingeht, dann gibt es da erstmal wenig Reaktionen und dann kommt das halt, jetzt ist es zurück, weil wir jetzt wissen, warum es gewiss ist, jetzt passen die Modelle wieder, wir sehen, die Temperaturen steigen auch wieder an und das Problem ist wieder da. Aber ich wollte das halt sehr, sehr klar erklären, dass es da halt eben halt, dass man das auch verstehen kann und das ist total, im Rückblick auch total spannend, das auch zu verstehen, wie so eine Dynamik funktioniert. Und ja, das ist erstmal mein Input. Also ich kann auch noch ganz viel mehr sagen, aber das ist jetzt, wo ich aufhören möchte.
Vielen Dank. Ich würde direkt wieder 2 Personen dran nehmen. Dort hinten hatte sich eine schon länger gemeldet.
Hallo, erst einmal guten Abend. Ich fand den Film tatsächlich auch sehr interessant. Der hat mich sehr zum Nachdenken angeregt. Und ich habe während der Diskussion jetzt mir einfach mal eine Frage formuliert. Denn ich finde es sehr viel einfacher, eine gut formulierte Frage auch mal vorzulesen. Was tatsächlich meine erste Reaktion war auf den Film, war tatsächlich, dass er mir eine gewisse Unterton von Angst vermittelt hat. Und deswegen fand ich das gerade auch sehr interessant, dass Sie gesagt haben, dass Sie an das Wort Angst gar nicht erst gedacht haben. Und diese Motivation aus Angst und Wut, das hat sich ja in der Geschichte gezeigt, dass es nicht zwangsweise emotionale Entscheidungen, die schnell einen Großteil der Bevölkerung einbeziehen, nicht zwingend einen Mehrwert sozusagen im langen Zeitraum bewirken und dass es halt nicht förderlich ist, das mit Angst und Wut sozusagen eine Lösung gesucht wird. Und meine Frage dazu ist, was denken Sie, aus welcher Motivation sollte man denn dann gemeinsam eine Lösung finden? Oder was halten Sie denn als am förderlichsten für uns als aufgeklärte und humane sozusagen Gesellschaft gemeinsam nach einer Lösung zu suchen, die das Klimadebakel oder auch den Atomkrieg sozusagen beschwichtigt oder wo man halt einen langfristigen Frieden finden kann?
Das waren jetzt auch viele Fragen auf einmal, auf jeden Fall. Vielen Dank. Dirk, möchtest du da spontan darauf antworten?
Ich versuche es mal. Ich hoffe, ich fliege nicht aus der Kurve, weil das sind nicht nur viele Fragen gewesen, sondern das sind im Grunde genommen die wichtigsten Fragen unserer Zeit. Und wer die beantworten kann, der ist ganz weit vorne. Ich glaube nicht, dass ich das bin. Wir haben versucht, Fragen aufzuwerfen und wir haben versucht, die Fragen zu unserem Publikum zu geben, sodass das Publikum sich genau anfängt, exakt diese Fragen zu stellen. Und natürlich tauchen während der Arbeit an so einem Film auch Antworten auf. Und eine der Antworten ist auf jeden Fall, haben wir schon gesagt, eben ist die Akkuratesse der Informationen. Es ist die Tatsache, da ist wieder. Die Tatsache, dass Wissenschaftler in einer gewissen Art und Weise einbezogen werden müssen in diesen Entscheidungsprozess, dass es eine bestimmte Rolle spielt in den demokratischen Gesellschaftsmodellen, die wir haben, was Wissenschaftler an Forschung dazu bringen können. Aber wir alle erinnern uns ganz bestimmt, weil es ist gerade mal 2,5 Jahre her, an die Diskussionen während Corona. Die Wissenschaftler sagen das, die Wissenschaftler sagen das und der mit seinem Podcast und dann kam der andere Wissenschaftler, der sagte das und dann kam die Politik und dann wurde der Wissenschaftler, weil er so gut war, in die Politik geholt und dann haben alle gesagt, na wie kann man denn nur, der ist doch Wissenschaftler, der soll doch da bleiben, wo er... Diese ganzen Geschichten, die dürfen nicht mehr passieren, weil wir verlieren unglaublich viel Zeit, wir verlieren wahnsinnig viel Zeit und die Tatsache, dass das nicht mehr passieren kann, das muss kein Bundespräsident von oben sagen. Das müssen wir von unten sagen. Das müssen wir von unten selber bemerken. Und in dem Moment, wo wir das nicht bemerken, da ist was falsch, da läuft was falsch. In dem Moment, wo wir uns vormachen lassen, dass Leute aus eigenem Interesse handeln, die eigentlich nichts anderes im Sinn haben, als im Zweifelsfall jemanden zu schützen oder im Zweifelsfall ihre eigene Forschung zu schützen, vor Angriffen von der anderen Seite. Siehe Naomi Oreskes, die sagt, was sagt sie? If we don't know everything, it doesn't mean that we don't know anything. Ne? Also wenn wir nicht alles wissen, heißt das doch nicht, dass wir nichts wissen. Das ist aber exakt das, was dann daraus gemacht wird. Ne? Die wissen das und das nicht, also wissen sie gar nichts. Ne? Siehe Tabakindustrie, siehe, wo ging es vorher drum, Kinderarbeitssklaverei. Es ist immer dieselbe Methode.
Da hat Naomi ja auch Bücher zugeschrieben, absolut. Also auf jeden Fall auch eine Empfehlung, Naomi Oreskes.
Ja, es gibt einen wunderbaren, wer Podcasts hört, läuft immer noch, ist gratis, BBC-Podcast, Naomi Oreskes, Merchants of Doubt, also die Händler des Zweifels in Deutsch. 6 Folgen, großartiger Podcast, wo sie aufrollt, was die Tabakindustrie gemacht hat damals. Ja, mit welchen Mechanismen die Tabakindustrie im Grunde genommen agiert hat.
Ja, also, ich glaube...
Ich wollte noch, weil du gesagt hast, spontan darauf reagieren. Nein, ich finde es großartig, dass solche Fragen kommen, aber genau das ist der Anfang. Und dieser Anfang, der muss immer wieder gemacht werden. Es muss immer wieder gefragt werden, warum. Und man darf sich nicht zufrieden geben mit, wir machen das schon. Vielleicht ist die wichtigste Message, die gar nicht so sehr explizit in dem Film drin ist, weil wir wollen ja nicht politische Messages rausgeben. Aber die wichtigste Message ist, traut niemandem, der euch sagt, er hat die einzige Lösung. Und schon gar nicht, wenn er Politiker ist. Gerade dann.
Okay, das ist auf jeden Fall ein Statement zum drüber nachdenken und mitnehmen. Karen, sie hat aber auch viele Sachen angesprochen, die so ein bisschen auch in deine Richtung gehen. Ich meine, dein Steckenpferd ist es zu schauen, wie kommen Menschen ins Handeln. Du hast auch schon ein paar Sachen gesagt, wir müssen uns wirksam fühlen, das tun wir als Gruppe. Was noch?
Genau, also ich wollte eigentlich anders darauf reagieren. Und ich fand das auch eine sehr, sehr schöne Frage und hatte jetzt vor, so die Lösungen, die ich zum Teil auch rausgehört habe aus dem Film, vielleicht noch zu teilen. Das eine, was für mich sehr oder dann mit der Zeit augenscheinlicher wurde, ist, dass man später im Film, auch als es sich sogar nach dem Klimawandel zugewandt hat, ein viel interdisziplinäreres Konsortium an Wissenschaftlern und Wissenschaftlerinnen hatte, wo es halt nicht nur um die Klimawissenschaft an sich ging, sondern um eine Juristin, die mit dabei ist und Politologin. Also da wirklich zu schauen, dass dass es ein Unterfangen ist, was alle was angeht und wo alle, glaube ich, auch eine Rolle einnehmen können mit den spezifischen Hintergründen, die sie sich jetzt gerade aufbauen oder die sie schon haben. Also das als vielleicht so eine Sache. Und das Zweite, ganz klar, Wissenschaftskommunikation. Und das ist etwas, da stehen wir noch ziemlich am Anfang. Da weiß ich, gab es dieses Jahr hier auch eine kleine Konferenz in Leipzig zu. Gibt jetzt die ersten Förderungen vom Bundesministerium für Bildung und Forschung. Aber also gerade Wissenschaftler und Wissenschaftlerinnen wissen extrem wenig darüber, wie man eigentlich die eigene Wissenschaft aufbereitet. Und meine eigene Erfahrung ist aber, wenn wir das selbst nicht lernen, dann tut es häufig niemand. Das war zumindest meine Erfahrung auch aus der Umweltpsychologie spezifisch, aus der ich komme, die versucht, auch zum Klimaschutz aufzuklären, wo ich noch als Studentin gemerkt habe, okay, es existiert dieses tolle Wissen und alles Wissen ist in Lehrbüchern gebündelt, aber niemand versucht es aufzubereiten für die Allgemeinheit. Und das habe ich dann mit einem Team von anderen zusammen quasi gestemmt. Also wenn man so ein bisschen was über die Psychologie für so privates umweltschützendes Verhalten lernen möchte, das ist ein Open-Access-Buch aus dem Ökom-Verlag, Psychologie im Umweltschutz. Genau, aber an diese Stelle wird halt, also ist mir irgendwie da ziemlich schnell klar geworden, wird gerade niemand anderes rücken. Vielleicht werden andere Leute jetzt nach und nach mehr dazu ausgebildet und es wäre schön, wenn das nicht die Verantwortung von Forschenden wäre, weil das auch nichts ist, was das Wissenschaftssystem für uns irgendwie großartig belohnen würde. Aber wenn wir das nicht tun, dann wird das höchstwahrscheinlich einfach versickern, wenn wir unsere Forschung nicht kommunizieren. Das ist für mich auch nochmal eine wichtige Erkenntnis, die so ein bisschen als nachfolgende Implikation vielleicht auch daraus folgen könnte.
Also Fredi Otto macht das ja mittlerweile wirklich sehr gut. Sie hat vor 2-3 Jahren, als sie zum ersten Mal, Fredi Otto, also alle nennen sie Fredi, sagt doch immer, my name is Fredi. Als sie vor 2 oder 3 Jahren zum ersten Mal interviewt wurde, da hat sie Attributionswissenschaft so kompliziert erklärt, dass die Leute 3-4 Mal nachgefragt haben. Mittlerweile hat sie diese 3, 4, 5 einleitenden Sätze, wo alles transparent ist und dann kann sie in die Tiefe gehen. Das ist wirklich wahnsinnig und das hat was mit Training auch zu tun, genau was du sagst. Also, dass man diese Barriere, dass man da drüber geht, dass man die Sache klarer macht, auch wenn sie am Anfang vereinfacht.
Okay, da hinten ist so eine Meldung. Gut, dann nehmen wir die noch dran. Ich sehe es gerade nicht.
Ja, ich verstehe die Leitfrage nicht so ganz, weil ja die Frage gestellt wird, Rettung durch Wissenschaft. Aber was ja in dem Film vermittelt wurde, beziehungsweise was auch eigentlich so Konsens ist in der Wissenschaft, ist ja, dass der Klimawandel real ist, dass die Bedrohung durch Atomwaffen real ist. Und es ist doch viel mehr ein Problem des politischen Willens. Wieso diskutieren wir nicht viel mehr, woher denn dieser fehlende politische Wille kommt, sondern greifen immer und immer wieder auf, diskutieren immer und immer wieder neu, was denn hier so die politischen, was denn hier die wissenschaftlichen Ansichten sind, wo das doch mittlerweile eigentlich geklärt sein sollte.
Vielen Dank für die Meldung. Das zielt nämlich tatsächlich darauf ab, auf die Frage, auf die ich auch überleiten wollte. Dirk, möchtest du darauf direkt antworten?
Ich finde es eine super Frage, beziehungsweise eine super Aussage. Das ist genau der Grund. Das ist genau das Ding. Ich bin aber nicht einverstanden mit dir. Ich sag du sagst bitte auch du, falls du mir antworten solltest. unsere Frage ist nicht, kann die Wissenschaft die Welt retten? Unsere Frage ist, warum kann die Wissenschaft die Welt nicht retten, wenn sie das ja eigentlich schon seit 40 Jahren kann? Was sind die Gegner? Wo sind die Hindernisse? Was sind die Obstacles? Wo sind die Schlagstöcke, die da durch die Räder geworfen werden? Und ich glaube, das haben wir in dem Film relativ deutlich gemacht, wo die sind, wer die sind, wie die aussehen und wie lange die schon vorhanden sind. Und ich glaube, die Frage ist wirklich nicht mehr, was haben wir für Lösungen? Lösungen gibt es überall. Überall, ob das die Klimawissenschaft ist, ob es die Entwicklung von das START Committee, ob das die Abkommen sind zu Nichtverbreitung von Atomwaffen etc. Das, was unser japanischer Gouverneur aus Hiroshima so wunderbar sagt, das ist natürlich eine Provokation, wenn er sagt, gegenseitige Abschreckung ist eine Fiktion. Das ist natürlich eine Provokation, vor allem wenn es ein Politiker sagt. Aber er erklärt es so wunderbar, er sagt einfach, in dem Moment, wo wir aufhören daran zu glauben, können wir diese Abschreckung erstmal beiseite tun und können dann anfangen, darüber nachzudenken, was wir machen müssen. Nur, wo fängst du, dann sagt man sich, okay, super Idee, 12.700 nukleare Sprengköpfe gibt es noch auf der Welt und zwar nicht nur bei den bösen Russen, sondern die gibt es auf der anderen Seite auch und die gibt es auch noch bei den Franzosen und die gibt es auch noch bei den Briten und die gibt es auch noch bei den Nordkoreanern, wie wir wissen noch. Die gibt es wahrscheinlich sogar in Israel, obwohl die es nie zugegeben haben, dass sie welche haben, aber sie haben welche. Gut, was macht man damit? Das ist im Grunde genommen das Ding. Du hast vollkommen recht, es muss dahin gehen in die Politik. Nur einen Film über die politischen Widerstände zu machen, da brauchst du 10 Jahre für, um den finanziert zu kriegen. Und in der Zwischenzeit gibt es 3 Legislaturperioden und du musst dir jedes Mal wieder neue Finanziers suchen. Das kriegst du nicht hin. Das ist extrem schwierig. Es ist extrem schwierig. Und ich glaube, es ist ebenso noch schwieriger, dass du den Menschen sagst, welche Politik die richtige ist. Weil das ist genau das, was sie eben fragte. Das müssen wir für uns selber rausfinden.
Ein Thema, was der Film ja auch anspricht, ist oder was auch gerade Naomi Oreskes so anspricht, dass die Erdölindustrie so einen Job mit ihren Desinformationskampagnen getan hat, dass das Narrativ immer noch so sehr verankert ist in unserer Gesellschaft, dass Individuen ihr Handeln verändern müssen, obwohl es eigentlich großflächige strukturelle Veränderungen braucht. Das spricht ja euer Film an.
Darf ich noch eine Sache sagen? Bitte, 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 lass mich noch eine Sache sagen. Nein, das ist die eine Sache. Die andere Sache ist, die Lethargie, und vielleicht komme ich auf die und korrigiere mich selber auf die Angst, weil du hast mich da auch gerade in deiner Antwort nachdenken lassen, auf die Angst, die eben nachgefragt. Die Angst. Was ist die Angst und wo sehe ich die Angst und wo haben wir Angst mitgekriegt, auch während des Films? Wir haben die Angst immer dann mitgekriegt, wenn wir Leute gesehen haben, die uns gefragt haben, was macht ihr denn da? Und wo dann gesagt wurde, nee, will ich gar nichts von wissen, will ich nichts von wissen. Lass mich damit in Ruhe. Und das ist genau der Punkt. Die Leute, wer sind die Leute? Wir alle. Es ist viel einfacher, natürlich ist es viel einfacher, nicht sich mit diesen Problemen auseinanderzusetzen. Natürlich ist es viel einfacher, nicht zu wissen, was gerade in Israel passiert. Natürlich ist es viel einfacher, nicht wissen zu wollen, was in der Ukraine passiert, etc., etc. Natürlich ist es viel einfacher zu wissen, nicht wissen zu wollen und sich der Sache gar nicht auszusetzen, dass diese Geschichte unaufhaltsam ist, dass dieses 1,5-Ziel wahrscheinlich nicht mehr haltbar ist, etc. Natürlich ist es viel einfacher, aber damit lösen wir nichts. Und es ist ein Thema, was mit unserer eigenen Verantwortung zu tun hat. Und wir haben Menschen getroffen, die zwischen 18 und 20 und 22 Jahre alt sind in dem Film, die wir leider nicht in den Film haben reinbringen können, weil auch das wieder das Format gesprengt hat, die uns gesagt haben, wir machen keine Kinder. Wir erlauben uns selbst nicht, Kinder haben zu wollen. Und das habe ich nicht einmal gehört, das habe ich 30 Mal gehört. Und zwar quer durch die Welt, von Europa über die USA bis hin nach Japan.
Es gibt hier eine Meldung aus dem Publikum. Gab es dort hinten auch schon länger eine? Okay, dann zunächst dort.
Ja, ich glaube, mein Punkt wurde gerade auch schon angesprochen. Also es ist irgendwie mega komplex, warum nicht viel passiert. Und es gibt ganz viele verschiedene Punkte. Und ich habe ehrlich gesagt, das ist natürlich eher eine Altersbeobachtung, nicht wissenschaftlich fundiert, aber auch das Gefühl, dass viele Leute nicht wissen wollen aber auch, dass viele Leute eigentlich schon genug wissen, also schon so ein Grundverständnis haben, aber dann ein Handeln, was sich daraus ableiten könnte, würde, glaube ich, bei vielen in deren Augen immer Verzicht bedeuten. Und zumindest in meiner Umgebung, was jetzt eben nicht Studierende betrifft, sondern andere Personen in meinem Umfeld, ich habe immer das Gefühl, die sehen nur Verzicht und die wollen nicht verzichten. Und solange also die großen Katastrophen erstmal irgendwie im globalen Süden passieren, ist da kein Interesse dran, weil da irgendwas zu schützen ist für viele, glaube ich, einfach kein Gewinn, weil das für das eigene Leben nichts bringt, weil in deren Leben erstmal nur Verzicht irgendwie da wäre. Und es gibt natürlich auch Probleme mit den Narrativen, dass man andere Gewinne sehen könnte, aber ja, also ich glaube, viele wollen nicht. Und nicht nur in der Politik, sondern in der breiten Bevölkerung.
Vielen Dank für die Meldung. Ich würde direkt noch hier, weil wir müssen auch langsam zum Ende kommen, aber ich würde gerne noch hier hinten die Meldung hier vorne dran nehmen. Hier. Total.
Ja, ich wollte jetzt doch noch mal irgendwie Salz in Ihre Suppe spucken. Ich hadere schon mit dem Titel und auch mit dem Bild. Doomsday, also ich bin leider Brite, das kommt ja aus dem 11. Jahrhundert. Das war die Furcht, dass diese Besitzverhältnisse sich über Nacht ändern. Und mit diesem Konzept, der nukleare Winter, das ist ein singuläres Ereignis, aber eigentlich die Klimakatastrophe ist ja ein schleichendes Ereignis. Die ist ja schon da. Und ich glaube, die Wissenschaftler wissen ja auch, um in einen stabilen Zustand zurückzukommen, brauchen wir schon wahrscheinlich 2, 3 Generationen. Und also nur von dem Bild, ich finde das nicht glücklich. Und mit diesen Ängsten, das auf so einem Punkt versuchen festzumachen, würde ich meinen, das leistet den Ängsten und damit auch den Verschwörungstheorien und irgendwelchen verantwortlichen Vorschub, den wir uns eigentlich nicht leisten sollen und nicht können. Und auf einer positiven Note zu enden, diese Attributationstheorie, das würde ich sagen, das ist ein positives Narrativ, das brauchen wir mehr. Also wir brauchen nicht, bitte keine Suche von Verantwortlichen. Also ich bin auch mit dem Auto hier. Also hilft uns nichts, meine ich.
Ja, es braucht viel zu lange, da müssten wir, die Liste wäre so lang, es wären Kilometer und Kilometer und Jahre lang müssten wir die Liste lesen. Also völlig richtig, sehe ich auch so. Viele Menschen haben ja auch Sorge vor dem Einschnitt ihrer persönlichen Freiheit. Das ist ja immer eine große Debatte, gerade in Deutschland. Geht es ums Tempolimit, dann was viele unserer Nachbarländer haben, dann schreien viele Menschen in Deutschland groß auf. Karen, warum haben Menschen bei Maßnahmen, die noch nicht mal so viel abverlangen würden, weil ich meine, ein Tempolimit wäre jetzt ein konkretes Beispiel, wo Menschen nicht viele Privilegien oder Vorzüge abgeben müssen. Warum ist selbst da der Aufschrei so groß aus deiner Sicht, aus psychologischer Sicht? Wovor haben die Menschen selbst bei so etwas Angst? Auch, ich meine, es ist eine Einbuße von Komfort natürlich, man kommt nicht ganz so schnell von A nach B, aber es ist ja kein riesiger Einschnitt, wie es vermutlich die Klimakrise von uns allen abverlangen wird. Ja, abverlangen wird, das sagst du ganz genau richtig, weil früher oder später wird es kommen. Ich würde das nochmal ins Verhältnis zu der Frage, die eben kam, setzen. Gerne. Und zwar werden alle 2 Jahre repräsentative Bevölkerungsumfragen in Deutschland durchgeführt zum Umweltbewusstsein, wo auch gefragt wird, wer an den menschengemachten Klimawandel glaubt zum Beispiel, wer glaubt, dass wir die Energiewende, die nachhaltige und gerechte vorantreiben müssen. Und wenn man so generelle Fragen stellt, dann haben wir in Deutschland Zustimmungsraten von über 95%. Also wir haben eigentlich, anders als in anderen Ländern, anders als in den USA, wo ja auch viele Interviewpartner und Partnerinnen herkamen, haben wir so die globale Akzeptanz des Phänomens menschengemachter Klimawandel ist mehr oder weniger da. Wenn man sich konkretere Umfragen anschaut, wenn es so um politische Maßnahmen geht, die Freiheiten einschränken, dann sieht das zum Teil schon ganz anders aus. Und das ist mehr oder weniger auch noch verknüpft mit sehr, sehr vielen offenen Forschungsfragen, würde ich sagen. Also gerade was Privilegien abzugeben zum Beispiel angeht. Beim Tempolimit, da ist es eventuell, kann ich mir vorstellen, aber dazu gibt es jetzt spezifisch keine Studie, könnte es auch sehr stark auf die persönliche Identität
zurückzuführen sein, meine Identifikation als Autofahrer, Autofahrerin, die eventuell auch mit einer gewissen Parteiidentifikation einhergeht und mit weiteren, die meine eigene Meinung dann wieder bestärken, vielleicht auch mit meinem persönlichen Umfeld. Also gerade Automobilität ist etwas, was sehr stark von unseren sozialen Normen, den uns umgebenden Menschen zum Beispiel und genau unserem Umfeld geprägt ist. Viel mehr, als wir häufig denken. Das ist auch eine wichtige Erkenntnis aus der Psychologie. Genau, deswegen würde ich sagen, ist das noch ein eher offenes Forschungsfeld und das wäre auch noch was ich gerne als Kommentar zu der Frage vorhin gesagt hätte, nämlich Rettung durch die Wissenschaft. Da ist natürlich die Frage, welche Wissenschaft, und ich glaube, gerade Geisteswissenschaften und auch gewisse andere Naturwissenschaften, die sich mit menschlichem Verhalten und wirklich der Transformation und der sozialen Transformation, nicht nur der technologischen, auseinandersetzen, die sind jetzt mehr denn je gefragt. Also das ist quasi, da gibt es noch viele offene Fragen, die geklärt werden müssen, die man auch schön aufbereitet an Politiker und Politikerinnen weitergeben könnte, damit diejenigen, die den Wandel vorantreiben möchten, auch wirklich wissen, was sie tun müssen. Und nicht nur dem Narrativ folgen, okay, wir müssen die Sachen nur alle günstig machen und dann wird es schon. Weil das sehen wir auch, das geht bei manchen Interventionen funktioniert das ganz gut, aber jedenfalls nicht durch die Bank weg. Das heißt, da ein komplexes Verständnis davon aufzubauen, was uns Menschen eigentlich motiviert und das auch in Politik zum Beispiel zu tragen und die richtigen Forschungsfragen zu stellen.
Also auch eure Forschung letztendlich aus der Sozialpsychologie sollte mehr von politischer Seite berücksichtigt werden?
Das definitiv, aber natürlich auch viele andere Wissenschaften. Also ich will da nicht nur die Sozialpsychologie in den Vordergrund bringen. Und es braucht diesen interdisziplinären Austausch definitiv, weil wir ja auch davon abhängig sind, was erforschen wir denn jetzt genau? Also in dem Projekt, wo ich jetzt gerade angestellt bin, geht es um Energiegenossenschaften hauptsächlich und da quasi zusammenzuarbeiten mit Menschen, die auch wirklich wissen, was ist der technologische Hintergrund, der juristische Hintergrund, der ökonomische Hintergrund. Das ist das Wichtige im interdisziplinären Diskurs, um dann Verständnis davon zu entwickeln, wie man eventuell auch Menschen motivieren könnte, so diesen Schritt zu wagen.
Vielen Dank. Wir kommen zum Ende. Es ist kurz vor 10 und wir müssen auch gleich das Paulinum räumen. Gibt es noch eine letzte Meldung aus dem Publikum? Dann würde ich euch noch einmal die Chance geben. Aber ich glaube, eine noch. Dann nehmen wir die noch dran und schließen damit die Runde.
Dankeschön, ich will das auch nicht ausdehnen. Vielen Dank für den hervorragenden Film. Und ich wollte einfach nur sagen, kleine Sünden bestraft der liebe Gott sofort, aber bei unseren Handlungen gegenüber der Klimaerwärmung handelt es sich doch um große Sünden. Und weil wir die Auswirkungen nicht sofort spüren, da tun wir so, als ob wir gar nichts zu machen bräuchten. Aber wir könnten vielleicht doch was tun. Denn unsere lieben Politiker, die sind ja eigentlich, weil wir in einer Demokratie leben, dafür gewählt, dass sie das machen, was sie vor der Wahl gesagt haben. Aber leider machen sie nach der Wahl was anderes. Die 600 ungefähr Bundestagsabgeordneten machen in Berlin nicht das, was die 80 Millionen Einwohner wollen, sondern sie machen das, was 6000 Lobbyisten sagen. Wenn man an diesem Punkt ansetzt, hätte man vielleicht eine Möglichkeit, das Politikerverhalten zu ändern und damit auch die Erfolgsquote von den Klimakonferenzen etwas zu verbessern. Das wäre vielleicht eine Frage von mir.
Danke für den Anstoß noch zum Schluss. Ich glaube, wir können noch sehr, sehr lange jetzt über das Thema reden. Möchtest du ein letztes Abschlusswort?
Ein letztes Abschlusswort.
Es ist deine Premiere, Dirk.
Ich könnte weiterreden. Also, nein, ich knüpfe an Klimakonferenz. 21. November läuft dieser Film auf Arte. Für mich ist dieses Datum perfekt, weil am 30. November beginnt die COP28. Die schlimmste COP aller Zeiten. Das sage ich ganz, ich sage es so, wie ich es denke. Es ist eine COP, die findet statt in einem Land, das immer noch dafür verantwortlich ist, einen großen Teil der Erdölvorkommen bzw. des Petroleums für unsere fossilen Brennstoffe herzustellen. Und die Konferenz wird geleitet vom Direktor der Brennstoff- und fossilen Brennstoffindustrie der Vereinigten Arabischen Emirate. Die COP28 wird geleitet vom Direktor der Erdölindustrie der Vereinigten Arabischen Emirate, COP28.
ad absurdum, das Konzept der Klimakonferenz ad absurdum geführt. Das wird solche Schlagzeilen machen, dass ich mich extrem freue, dass Arte es geschafft hat, den Film so zu positionieren, dass wir relativ nah dran sind, das Ganze aber nicht so Schlagzeile kriegt, dass es von der COP aufgefressen wird. Und deswegen herzlichen Dank an wen auch immer, der das programmiert hat.
Ja, also ihr habt es gehört, ab dem 21. November gibt es den Film auf Arte. Ihr könnt ihn in der Mediathek nachschauen und teilen. Vielen, vielen Dank für die rege Beteiligung. Es hat mich sehr gefreut, dass so viele Fragen aus dem Publikum kamen. Und ich hoffe, ihr diskutiert zu Hause und auch die nächsten Tage noch fleißig weiter. Morgen geht hier das Programm beim Globe23 weiter.
Darf ich noch was zum Studium Universale sagen?
Ja, das wäre vielleicht nett zum Abschluss noch.
Also auch im Rahmen des Studium Universale herzlichen Dank für die Beteiligung und fürs Hiersein. Ich würde mich sehr freuen, sehr, sehr viele Leute wieder nächste Woche im Studium Universale zu sehen. Wir sind dann wieder im Audi Max, direkt hier den Gang runter. Nächste Woche, also die Serie dieses Semester heißt Transformationen. Nächste Woche werden wir über Transformationen in der Religion reden. Und man hat mir die Moderation aufgetragen, als jemand, der eigentlich mit Religion nichts zu tun hat. Ich freue mich da sehr drauf und ich bin ganz sicher, dass das eine coole Veranstaltung wieder werden wird. Dann vielleicht noch etwas anderes. Ich organisiere an der Universität auch eine Ringvorlesung zur Nachhaltigkeit. Die findet immer am Donnerstagabend statt. Morgen werden wir da über Extremereignisse im Klima reden. Nächste Woche wird Carsten Haustein vortragen. Das ist ein enger Mitarbeiter von Fredi, der halt eben auch aus Oxford jetzt hier hingekommen ist. Wenn Sie da noch mal jemanden live erleben möchten, melden Sie sich bei mir. Dann kommen invasive Arten, nachhaltige Chemie, ganz, ganz viele Dinge. Im Hörsaal sind noch ungefähr 100 Plätze frei. Wer sich da hinten reinsetzt, ich werde niemanden rauswerfen.
Vielen Dank, aber erstmal möchte ich noch darauf hinweisen, dass die nächsten Tage auch hier noch unser Globe23 Festival stattfindet. Morgen und am Freitag. Alle Veranstaltungen sind kostenfrei und wir freuen uns sehr, wenn auch viele von euch dorthin wiederkommen. Draußen gibt es die Programme.
Sehr
Vielen Dank.
Die Schau wollte ich euch natürlich nicht stehlen, aber das ist einfach so.